Scott Terry and company are on the field. Steve, how about a look at the Reds defense?
Well, Scott Terry will have behind him Tony Perez at first base. At second is Ron Oster. Wade Rowden will be the shortstop. Buddy Bell at third. Nick Esaski is in left field. Max Venable gets the start in center because Eric Davis, that hand, he re-injured it last night. He says he should be out just 1 day. Dave Parker will be in right field. Behind the plate is Bo Diaz, and on the mound, Scott Terry. And the lineup that Terry will be facing has Len Dykstra. Leading things off, he'll be in center field. Hitting second is Wally Backman, the second baseman. Third, Keith Hernandez. Batting fourth, Gary Carter. And it's Darryl Strawberry in right field, hitting in the number 5 position. Danny Heat tonight, well, will be in left field and be hitting in the number 6 position. So reverse those roles, Strawberry and Heap, as you see them on your screen. It will be Strawberry in right and Heap in left. Ray Knight is at third base. Rafael Santana is the shortstop, and Bob Ojeda is on the mound, and he will be batting in the number 9 position. Well, Scott Terry is making his second start of the season and his first start since May 26th in Chicago, when he was a last-minute replacement for Mario Soto. Terry lost to the Cubs that afternoon, 9-6, allowing 6 hits and 9 runs in that ball game. He last pitched, though, July 10th at Montreal. No decision. He pitched 1 1/3 innings, 1 hit, 1 run, 2 walks, and a strikeout. And later in the week, Marty, he found out that he would indeed be moving into the starting rotation when Chris Welsh went down with that knee injury.
And before Len Dykstra steps in, we remind you this copyrighted telecast comes to you through the courtesy of Multimedia Broadcasting, authorized under television rights granted by the Cincinnati Reds. Solely for the entertainment of our audience, any publication, reproduction, or other use of the pictures, descriptions, or accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds is prohibited. There's the leadoff batter, Lenny Dykstra, and one of the fine leadoff hitters in all of Major League Baseball. And very simply, this young man puts the bat on the ball. First pitch swung on, fly ball, hit deep. Venable going back. He's got it, and this game is underway. Now, Len Dykstra, a notorious first ball hitter. He went after the first 2 pitches on consecutive at-bats last night, a base hit and a hard ground out. And here's the first pitch of tonight's game from Scott Terry.
Wade Rowden was telling me he had to be prepared for that. He was told that by his manager, Pete Rose. The guy likes to go after the first pitch. Now Max Venable understands that as he was turned around in center field.
So 1 down, a long out to center. That brings up another pretty good hitter in the top third of any batting order, and second baseman Wally Backman. Backman, as you saw, a .336 average with 17 runs batted in. He platoons at that spot along with Tim Tuffle. Terry does his job, and very quickly there are 2 men out on the outplay, 3-1 at first. Steve, you were talking about the start for Scott Terry. There's so much mental preparation, so much psychology involved in preparing oneself to pitch a ball game. I asked Scott earlier, I said, you know, how does this differ from the last minute word that you were going to start on the 26th of May against the Chicago Cubs? He said simply, I pitched the ball game last night. And I said, you mean you went over the hitters? Yes, went over the hitters in my mind. Each player who I felt was going to be in the lineup, situations as they unfolded in last night's game, and how I might better pitch them when given the chance. And, of course, the chance is tonight. He's very quickly 2 outs deep into the first. This is Keith Hernandez, and Terry in front of strike.
He also said he came to the ballpark preparing as a starter, and that wasn't the case in Chicago. Really not sure whether Mario would get the call or he would get the call. In this case, he was able to prepare himself mentally and do the things he normally would do as a starter.
1 ball, 1 strike on Hernandez. Well, at least on paper, the cards seemingly are stacked against Scott Terry. It's only his second big league start, trying to pick up a win for the first time ever in the majors, and only facing the best hitting team in the National League, the team that leads the East by a boatload, and the team that has the best record in all of Major League Baseball. Is it the best team in the big leagues? Only time will tell, but at the moment you'd have to say without fear of argument the New York Mets without question are. 2-1 on Hernandez with 2 outs and nobody on here in the top of the first. There's Gary Carter. He would follow Keith Hernandez, and well, it's a very potent New York Mets batting order. Plate umpire tonight, Jerry Davis. At first, the crew chief, Doug Harvey. At second base, Dana DeMuth. And over at third, Eric Gray. Two balls and 2 strikes on the New York Mets first baseman.
Marty, remember that very first inning against Chicago where you got the bases loaded and Sean Dunston then got some big hits as well, and he was just pummeled in not only the first but the second inning, and by that time he had to get out of there.
All even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hernandez, as Turry tries for the perfect first inning. Misses with a breaking ball, and the count is full. He has had control trouble as you take a look at Reds manager Pete Rose, but it's simply been a matter of not getting enough work to really get the good, consistent, crisp control that Turry exhibited from the time he was converted from an outfielder to a pitcher a few years back in the Reds organization. And he has walked Hernandez with 2 men out. So the first for New York continues, and here's Gary Carter. Carter, a .253 batter, and those 70 RBIs rank him second in the National League behind Philadelphia's Mike Schmidt, who maintained supremacy on the strength of a 9th inning 2-run single against the Atlanta Braves last night that turned out to be the game-winning hit. Phillies won that game 3-1. Carter down to strike. Reds begin play tonight, 6 games behind the front-running Houston Astros, and for the second consecutive night, the Reds have the opportunity, actually for the 3rd straight game, they have the opportunity of tying the San Diego Padres for 3rd place in the Western Division. That team played and lost this afternoon in Chicago by a final score of 6-4. No balls and 2 strikes. So a Reds win tonight would tie them for 3rd with San Diego, and that's in the game plan when you've been as low in the standings as the Reds have been. And of course, they have spent more time in last place so far this season in the West than they have any other spot. You've got to take them one at a time. They've gone past the Dodgers, they've gone past the Braves, and now they're trying to go by San Diego. Strike 3 call. Good job of pitching by Scott Terry to ring a disgruntled Gary Carter up. And in the top of the first for New York, no runs, no hits, and 1 man left on. And after a half inning of play, the Mets nothing.
Here's the defense for the New York Mets tonight. It will be Keith Hernandez at first base, Wally Backman's the second baseman, Rafael Santana's the shortstop, and Ray Knight at third. Darryl Strawberry should be in right field, Danny Heap in left, and Len Dykstra in center. Gary Carter's behind the plate, and Bob Ojeda is on the mound. And the lineup that he will be facing for the Cincinnati Reds finds Max Venable leading things off, and not Eric Davis in center field. Buddy Bell will hit second, then Dave Parker, Bo Diaz, Nicky Sansky, Wade Rowden, Tony Perez, Ron Oster, and then the pitcher Scott Terry. Well, the Major League's earned run average leader will be on the mound for New York tonight. An 11-2 record with a sparkling 2.13 earned run average. And Marty, in his last 4 starts, he has been brilliant. Only 1 earned run in 33 innings.
Well, I'll tell you about the consistency of Bob Ojeda, Steve. He has had 1 what you would consider to be bad start among the 16 that he has had all year. That was against the San Francisco Giants on the last day of May when they beat him 7-3. And I'm told that is the only start this season that Bob Ojeda has really been hit hard in. So if you believe in percentages, sooner or later somebody's got to get him. And hopefully it'll be tonight. Max Venable finds a drawn-in Ray Knight at third base. And there's a strike. Ojeda, a fine pitcher with the Boston Red Sox since before coming over to the New York Mets, but never has he enjoyed the kind of success in his Major League career as he has in this, his first year in the National League. And just like that, Venable behind 0-2. There's the pitch that he turns over, but he refuses to refer to it as a screwball. If you ask Bob Ojeda, how about your screwball? He says, I don't throw a screwball. But he turns the ball over. He calls it a dead fish. He said, that's my dead fish pitch because it just comes up there and flops at the plate. Ray Knight's long throw, and just in time to get the speedy Venable.
You know, Marty, he's throwing a little this year like John Tudor pitched last year for the St. Louis Cardinals. Just the kind of success after struggling with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Then he comes on and just looks marvelous, throwing that ball down like he throws here to Max Venable. Tudor got by with those results last year, and, well, the Cardinals went on to win the National League pennant.
Well, the Mets felt like they had made a good trade when they acquired Bob Ojeda from the Red Sox, but nobody can make me believe that in their wildest imagination that as of the 22nd of July, he would be leading the major leagues in earned run average. Buddy Bell in now with 1 out in a scoreless game as the Reds bat in the first. 256 batting Reds third baseman. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bell, of course, familiar with Bob Ojeda from the days that Buddy spent with the Texas Rangers. And of course, the Reds should be familiar with him by now themselves as a team, having faced him twice and having come out on the short end both times by scores of 4-1 here on May 3rd. He worked 7 in that game, and then a loser 2-1 at Shea on May 9th when he went 8. He's given the Reds 12 hits and a total of 15 innings and 2 earned runs.
That one in Shea Stadium we televised, and boy, was he outstanding. The change of speeds was looking so good, and the dead fish was working.
The dead fish
was dying.
Yes, it was. It just came up to the plate and just flopped. Pretty good name for a pitch, especially when it's as effective as the way Bob Ojeda throws it. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Buddy Bell. Mets would like to be able to finish the Reds off here in Cincinnati with a wrap-up coming tomorrow night with the same kind of scenario as we saw in New York when the Reds beat them 3 straight. And that's off the glove of Backman, and that will be a base hit for a very hot-hitting Buddy Bell. Came into tonight's game batting .395. He collected 2 of the Reds' 6 hits last night, and Backman just could not quite make the play on the ball.
Just does trickle off the end of his glove. And as you said, Buddy Bell really has been one of the Reds' hottest hitters. As a matter of fact, in the major leagues, they list him in the number 6 position as the hottest hitters the last 2 weeks.
Reds have their first base runner, and here's Dave Parker. 19 homers, 7 of which have come against left-handed pitching this season. But home runs, something that Bob Ojeda gives up very sparingly. He has allowed 5 in 122 1/3 innings. Of course, of late, it's really not made a whole lot of difference whether it was a right-hander or a left-hander out there throwing to Parker. He's in one of those roles right now where he's just getting base hits and home runs. 1 ball, 1 strike as Ojeda might have made a mistake right there and got away with it. He got a pitch up, and Parker had that big cut. But all he was able to do was stir the air up around home plate on a warm evening here in Cincinnati, Ohio. On the short end, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Reds would need to win tonight and also win tomorrow night to split the season series against New York. After the Mets win last night, they've won 6 out of the 10. Bell taking the short lead at first, and Parker's gone as Ojeda picks up his first strikeout.
Here is Bob Ojeda's pitch, and it's almost right by Dave Parker. And you think perhaps that's changing speed. Yes, he does it, but boy, he really has a quick fastball as well.
So 2 away in the inning, and Bo Diaz finds himself hitting in the uncharacteristic 4 spot in the Reds batting order tonight as he returns and is hopeful of being over that left ankle problem that's had him in and out of the lineup. Ball strike. Batting .260. He's been swinging the bat well of late with 3 home runs and a total of 25 runs knocked in. Dykstra almost overran the baseball. But Lenny hanging with him, and a hard hit ball turns out to be the 3rd out of the inning. No runs, a hit, 1 left. We played 1, and the Reds and the Mets are 0-0. After an inning of baseball, 0-0 between the Reds and the New York Mets. Scott Terry issuing a 2-out walk in the first inning to Keith Hernandez, but then was fortunate to strike Gary Carter out looking on the minimum of 3 pitches. So he'll be going to work against the right fielder Darryl Strawberry here at the outset of inning number 2. I think the one thing, Steve, that Pete Rose has been noted for, and well, not quite 2 years as a manager of the Cincinnati Reds, is his extreme patience with players. And I don't think they can adequately judge Scott Terry on what he might or might not do tonight. They have to commit themselves to probably 3 starts to give this kid a chance to get his feet on the ground, and then would be able to make a more proper assessment of whether or not he can handle going every 5 days.
Boy, would it be a tremendous boost if he can go a good 5-6 innings here this evening.
Well, the Reds are pretty much in the same situation with Terry tonight as they were with Mario Soto last night. They expected 80 pitches as the optimum from Soto, and probably Scott Terry would be allowed 80 or maybe a little bit more than that. He's behind 2-0 on Strawberry. 289 batter, 14 homers, 53 runs batted in. One of 3 Mets who were on the National League All-Star starting lineup in that All-Star game last Tuesday night in Houston. And Terry behind now, ball 3. George Foster finds himself in a platoon situation now with his club, and he normally starts only when a left-hander is pitching, and that means he would be in the lineup tomorrow night against Tom Browning. But it is indeed quite a come-down for Foster. All those great years he had here in Cincinnati, and really has not panned out in New York. He's been a major disappointment in light of the kind of contract that he received when he went over there and what he's been able to produce. So there's the walk to Strawberry, the second allowed by Terry in as many innings, and faces a man who gets the call more often than not in left field for the Mets these days, and Danny Heap.
He just continues to hit the ball extremely well. There you see his average. He has those 3 big home runs, and it's always seemed to hit Cincinnati pretty well in his past.
I'll tell you, he did some serious damage against this club as a pinch hitter in years past, and basically with the Mets. Good pitch by Terry that's in for a called strike. I think the Reds have to be concerned about right now that they are able to turn things around and not lose all the ground that they have been able to make up in the last 3 weeks by going into a tailspin. No balls and 2 strikes. They were only 4 back of the co-leaders Houston and San Francisco after the victory here Saturday night, or Saturday afternoon, I should say, but then had a flat game, in the words of Pete Rose, as you look at on-deck batter Ray Knight, in losing big to Philadelphia and Charles Hudson Sunday 9-3, and they had opportunities last night and could not take advantage of them against Aguilera. 1 ball and 2 strikes, the count on Heap. That's with a record of 61-28, but their hopes of going 70-30 to equal that great start by the 1970 Reds would have to mean that they would play unbelievable baseball in their next 11 games counting tonight. They'd have to go 9-2 in order to equal that record, and certainly not beyond their capabilities, but you can't like their chances. Strawberry running. The throw by Diaz, and not in time. Rowden is arguing, but I'll tell you what. Wade looked like he stopped his movement towards second base 1 step too soon and had to reach back and make the tag. Let's look at it.
Strawberry gets the jump, but the throw is a very fine one from Bo Diaz, and Darryl Strawberry, they're saying, is in there, but I don't know. Let's see, as Wade Rowden gets the tag down, they're saying Strawberry got the foot on the outside of the bag.
Oh, he's in there easy.
Yes, he is. He sure is.
And that's because Wade didn't go far enough to the bag to take the throw from Bo Diaz. If he takes 1 more step, he's got Darryl Strawberry.
An excellent throw from Bo.
3-2 on Heap as the Mets try to get something going now in the second. Rowden arguing with second base umpire Dana DeMuth, but that was no contest. Strawberry was in easily ahead of the shortstop's tag.
comes from the other side. Darryl Strawberry, who this time thought he got back in time to beat Wade Rowden. But Rowden was there, and the umpire, Dana DeMuth, bangs him out immediately. Oster going high to Spirit, underhand toss to Wade Rowden, and yes, he's there. And double play.
Good call by the umpire on both counts. And that helps the cause as he lines into a double play. Nobody on, 2 out, and Ray Knight, as you look at it from a different perspective.
And you think Wade Rowden is breathing a big sigh of relief right now? He's kind of a nervous guy anyway.
Oh, I think he still thought he got Strawberry at second base on the steal. 1 ball and no strikes on Ray Knight. 286 batter with 9 homers and 45 RBIs. Has he come back in a big way in 1986? Without any question. There were a lot of folks who were writing Ray off. In fact, in spring training, there were rumors that the Mets were going to deal him. Met with manager Davey Johnson, and he calmed Ray's fears. He's always been a big supporter of Ray Knight, and Ray has proven that Davey Johnson's patience, they have been justified to the nth degree by the way he has performed this season. On the outside corner, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Probably see number 14 back in the lineup tomorrow night. Reds will be facing Ron Darling, but there is some element of doubt as to whether or not Darling will pitch in the series windup here against Tom Browning, and we'll tell you why. 2-2. It is still somewhat up in the air at the time that a hearing may or may not take place in Houston on Thursday involving Ron Darling and Tim Tuffle, who have been accused of assaulting a police officer in Houston. We understand that the hearing is scheduled for 8:30 on Thursday morning as Knight singles with 2 out. Apparently the Mets are seeking the possibility of getting a time change on that hearing because it is still up in the air, but if the time holds firm, then it's highly doubtful, or there's no way Ron Darling could pitch against the Reds tomorrow night if he has to be in Houston by 8:30 on Thursday morning. Knight single keeps the second going. There is a scoreless ball game here between the Reds and the Mets, and the batter, that's the shortstop and 8-hitter Rafael Santana. Nice to be back with you, pal.
It is great to be here. After you enjoyed Lake Cumberland, so got that golden skin of yours all bronzed up again.
It's what you're supposed to do when you go to Lake Cumberland on All-Star break. One of the fine spots on the face of this earth, I want to tell you. I should work for the Chamber of Commerce down there in Jamestown, Kentucky.
They'd have a lot more people there, and it'd crowd you.
They'd probably make them
your
upset.
life preserver.
And another hit by New York as Santana finds a hole. Knight will stop at second. So after Danny Heath lined into a double play, Wade Rowden was hoping, or rather Scott Terry was hoping for an easy second, but back-to-back base hits by Ray Knight and by Santana. Right now we'll pause 5 seconds for station identification on the Cincinnati Reds television network.
Sports Cincinnati style. WLWT Channel 5.
Bob Ojeda steps in with Knight at second and Santana at first. 0.95 batter, Bob Ojeda, who for the first time in his big league career here in '86 gets a chance to swing the bat. And I would think that having to learn this art all over again has been indeed a slow process, as a 95 cents batting average would indicate.
This would be, as Joe Nuxall would say, just rare backhand throw strikes.
Absolutely.
After so many years of not swinging the bat, let's make that guy take it off his shoulder.
Well, he's been up there hacking. Give him credit for that. You cannot be a threat unless you swing that bat. That's another Joe Nuxallism. And that's all for Ojeda. In the second for New York, no runs, a couple of base hits. They leave as many people on, and at the end of 1.5, Cincinnati nothing, and New York likewise.
And now, Allstate presents the Good Hands Award Play of the Week. Saturday afternoon, 6th inning. The Phillies with a looper to center field. Eric Davis is on for the spectacular catch in center field. In recognition of Eric Davis' hands, Award Play of the Week. Allstate will make a donation in his name to the Ruth Lyons Christmas Fund. And remember, for all your insurance needs, you're in good hands with Allstate, a member of the Sears Financial Network.
Nick Yastrzemski leading off the bottom of the second for Cincinnati, and I'll tell you what, that was one of the fine catches we have seen all year long. That play that Eric Davis turned in Saturday afternoon here against the Phillies. Nick waving at the first pitch from the left-hander Bob Ojeda.
How about the good arm throw of the week, Dave Parker, last Friday?
Absolutely. Knocking Glenn Wilson off at the plate for the final out of the game, and the Reds win by 1. Came in on him, and the foul back puts Nick in a hole. He's batting .238. Just a few days ago, came off the DL. 6 homers, 16 RBIs. A good second half by Yastrzemski as a position player, and Soto as a pitcher could enhance the Reds' chances of winning the Western Division. That is certainly no secret. Strikeout for Bob Ojeda.
Boy, did he have Nick fooled in that big breaking pitch, and Nick was really swinging with just his hands, it seemed like, as his body stayed put, and the bat kind of flipped forward with not a whole lot of strength in it.
Curt Stillwell not quite ready to come back into the lineup after suffering an injured hand in the last series here against Philadelphia, so Wade Rowden continues to man that spot and has done a good job. He broke his bat, and it's a routine play for Wally Backman for out number 2. Ojeda giving up a single in the first inning to Buddy Bell. Has retired the first 2 in the second, faces that man, Tony Perez. Tony back in a slump again after tearing the cover off the ball amid all those rumors circulating a couple of weeks ago that he was on the verge of being released, and put together at one time a 9-game hitting streak. Had his average up over 250, now down to 217. 2 balls and no strikes. Pretty good run of late against left-handed pitching, but when you've been playing the kind of baseball they've been playing, you're going to have success no matter who you might go against. But boy, this guy's something. And Tony comes up with a second Reds base hit. Second base runner for Cincinnati. This pitch looked to be down, and it was. And Tony went right out and got it and laced it right back through the middle. Well, here's the fella now stepping in with 2 out, and Tony Perez at first base, and they are collecting that baseball because that is career hit number 2,700 for Tony Perez. That will be a souvenir along with the many that he has had in a tremendous, and I might add of a personal nature, a Hall of Fame career that he can add to his collection, and they typically come to their feet in a standing ovation here at Riverfront Stadium for one of the all-time favorite players. And there's one of his closest friends, Pete Rose, leading the applause. So Ojeda will work out of the stretch as Tony leads at first, and the batter, the new Papa, Ron Oster. High and away for a ball. He subscribes to that theory. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Wife Jackie had 2 daughters, and the third time proved to be a charm. 9 pounds, 5 ounces, Jacob Maxwell Oster. And a foul fly is out of play. No balls, 1 ball and 1 strike. Julianne, age 5, Jill, age 2, the 2 girls, and, well, old Jake Oster now Ron will be grooming him. Probably started today.
It was kind of interesting. Before the ball game, he said he wanted to say hi to mom and daughter and son, and then also threw in the girls' names. Make sure he knows they're watching.
Ojeda will play it with no problem, and that ends the inning. So for Cincinnati in the second, again, no runs, again, one hit, and again, one left. And after two, it remains scoreless.
0-2-0 for both the Meds and Reds as we go to the top of the third inning of play. And, you know, there was cap day, batting helmet day, jersey day, and bat day. Now your youngster can round out his 1986 Reds outfit on Sox Day at Riverfront. It's Sunday, July 27th, when the Reds take on the Expos at 2:15, and the first 15,000 youngsters 14 and under receive a free pair of Red sports socks. Thanks to Kinney Shoes, these white socks feature the red stripes at the calf and the Reds team emblem on the side. Make your plans now for Sox Day, Sunday, July 27th, sponsored by Kinney Shoes.
Lenny Dykstra coming back for the second time as he leads off the Mets' third inning. In the first two, Scott Terry has allowed 2 hits. He has walked 2 batters. But the bottom line is he's been able to keep the Mets off the board, striking out pitcher Bob Ojeda after the 2-out hits in the second by Ray Knight and Rafael Santana. Dykstra sent Venable back to the warning track to begin the game, and he takes it low, ball 1. Got the chance back in spring training when the incumbent Mookie Wilson was hit in the face by a thrown ball during a rundown drill. And Dykstra's play has been so superlative that Wilson has not been able to get his position back. How many times have you seen that happen in this game of baseball, or any sport for that matter? 2-0.
And even earlier than that, during the winter meetings, they were talking about dealing this young man, Lenny Dykstra, to the San Diego Padres before they acquired Marvell Wynn, because they were so high on a young center fielder in their organization, Stanley Jefferson,
who is performing at Tidewater and performing with distinction. But Dykstra said, wait a minute, don't be talking about Stanley Jefferson coming up here anytime in the near future. And I think the talk is an awful lot less now than it was. Terry and hit hard, 1 out. In the final game of this series tomorrow night, then Houston or Montreal comes to town for a 4.5 game series. Add that half game because they will complete the suspended game from Sunday a week ago up in Montreal, beginning at 6:05 on Thursday night. And they'll begin it with the bases loaded, 1 out, and Ron Oster batting in the top of the 6th, with the Reds having already scored the go-ahead run, leading 3-2. Pete Rose, Steve, was talking as Backman bats here, that when that game resumes, he will probably have 2 pitchers warming up in his bullpen. He said which 2 they are, I don't know, but he said if we have a big inning, it will be 1 pitcher. If we don't go any more than we've already gotten, which is 1, then it could be somebody else. We have not seen that situation crop up too often in the past, and so it makes for the type of evening that you look forward to.
That is a hopeful Reds victory. That has not been written down in the column, but they were saying, as Marty was saying, leading 3-2 and had everything going their way with the bases full.
And it's very conceivable Tom Browning could pick up 2 wins in as many nights, because he's the winning pitcher of record in that game, and he is scheduled, of course, to go against the Mets tomorrow night. 1 ball and 2 strikes as Backman bluffed the bunt. Half of the third with 1 out. No score between the Reds and the Mets. Backman waiting on Terry. And Oster has to play. And a big stretch by Tony Perez. Close at first, but 2 men out.
makes it so much easier to pitch to Keith Hernandez with 2 outs and nobody on. Wally Backman right back up the middle, and you see Ron Oster. Kind of a looping throw, but he knows how much time he has to catch Backman, and just does by about a half a step.
So Ron, who once again exhibits all the ground that he's capable of covering over there at second base. And now here's Hernandez, who batted with 2 out and none on in the first inning, and Scott Terry ended up walking him. Right. On Hernandez. Had the fine years with the St. Louis Cardinals, and in a trade that will go down as one of the all-time worst in the last, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years, he has just kept on hitting while changing uniforms. Think about what the St. Louis Cardinals got in that trade, namely Neil Allen and Rick Ownby. Allen went from the Mets to the Cardinals to the Yankees, and now pitching extremely well with the White Sox. And Ownby has been up and down and has never been able to stay up with the Cardinals for very long. And Hernandez just continues to perform like the all-star that he is.
And one has to believe that Whitey Herzog and Keith Hernandez did not get along, because Hernandez was coming off so many great seasons, although Neil Allen was a fine pitcher for the New York Mets.
2-2. Hernandez hangs in. Scott Terry trying for his first 1-2-3 inning of the night. Had the chance in the first, then walked Hernandez before striking out Carter, and will not get a perfect third inning, and that ball will be in there for more than one. Up and throwing is Esaski, and there's Hernandez going to second base with an opposite field double.
Well, Hernandez hit the ball so hard, it was a left-hander, the ball is going to be twisting away from not only Buddy Bell, from the left fielder Nick Esaski. So Nick just waits for the hop and gets it and holds Hernandez to the double.
Well, that two-base hit right there is a good example of why Hernandez is the fine hitter that he is, because all he did was inside out that pitch on the swing and just go the other way with it. The ability to adjust. Those hitters who can do it are the ones who are going to have a lot of success in this game, and Keith Hernandez is one that certainly knows how to swing the bat. Ball 1 to Gary Carter, who was an angry young man after being punched out on 3 pitches in the first inning. Had the game-winning RBI last night when he delivered a 2-out broken bat 2-run single in the third inning off of Mario Soto to erase a 1-0 deficit, and the Mets never trailed after that. Let's see if Tony has a play on the ball. 1-1, the count on Carter.
Terry kind of finds himself in the same position he had with the Chicago Cubs that one afternoon. Almost out of the inning with a couple guys on, and Jody Davis stepped up there and really launched one over the ivy and left, and what made a tough inning already even bigger. 5 runs came across for the Cubs that afternoon. They went on to beat the young man, Scott Terry.
Trying to get Carter out and get out of the third unscathed. He's got Hernandez hanging out at second. And that's all for New York. Tony Perez picks off the line drive. No runs in the inning. 1 hit. And a man left on. And we have gone through 2.5. Cincinnati nothing and New York nothing. Left-hander Bob Ojeda enters the Cincinnati third in a 0-0 ball game. And he'll be facing his opposite number, Scott Terry. A report on Kansas City manager Dick Hauser, who underwent brain surgery shortly after 12 o'clock today in Kansas City, and they found unfortunately, that 2-inch tumor was malignant. We understand that they removed a portion of it, Steve, and now one of the fine people in this game of baseball will be undergoing, I would imagine, radiation treatment or something akin to that.
The doctors at this time say they are making the decision within the next few days and what kind of treatment that he will undergo, but they feel, yes, that it will be radiation treatment. And he is a great gentleman of the game.
Oh, I'll tell you, you can't find anybody connected in baseball that is as fine a gentleman as Dick Howser is. I don't know of anybody who's ever had anything bad to say about him. He's a fine manager. Probably the biggest mistake George Steinbrenner ever made was firing Dick Howser when he was managing the New York Yankees, and there are a lot of people in this game pulling for Dick Howser tonight, I'll tell you. Well, now he swings the bat like an outfielder. He took a ball, he ran one through the left side. Hey, that's something else. You put this guy in the pitching rotation and give him a chance to get 3 or 4 at-bats every 5 days, and I think he's going to show you how he hit when he was an outfielder.
He only hit .238, though, but he hits this one like he had an average of over .350. He just slams it in between the third baseman and the shortstop. Now, most opponents, like the Mets, want that pitcher leading off. They got him here in the 3rd inning, and all Scott Terry does is come through with a base hit.
And you know how good a batting average of .238 average is for a pitcher?
It's outstanding. But for an outfielder, they tell you, have you ever thought about pitching?
Yeah. That's what they said to him.
And he said, okay.
Reds had their 3rd hit. See what Max Venable can do after taking a look at Ojeda in the 1st inning. He bounced him out to Ray Knight at 3rd. And the Mets infield defense now looking for the bunt. Knight really pulled in at 3rd base. Keith Hernandez, however, playing behind Terry at 1st. Good bunt. And the sacrifice successful.
So the first real threat for the Cincinnati Reds this evening is underway. Runner at 2nd base with only 1 out. And Venable pushing it down the 1st base side. Fine fielding pitcher is Bob Ojeda. He's there to scoop it up and then kind of toss it left-handed to Keith Hernandez.
I'll tell you, Steve, the Mets must have tremendous faith in Bob Ojeda. They just dared Max Venable to bunt the ball 1st base side. With Hernandez playing back, you bunt the 3rd base side, you're bunting into suicide. And so, with help from the New York defense, i.e. Hernandez playing behind the runner, Terry at 2nd, and Buddy Bell trying to get him in. Bell had the base hit just out of the reach of Wally Backman in the 1st inning. 1 ball, 1 strike, and after we finish the 3rd and go to the 4th inning, as per usual, the loquacious old left-hander will be on here to join Mr. Fizio.
Always loquacious.
Never at a loss for words, my main man. 2-1. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Didn't like what he saw from Gary Carter. Took so much time that Buddy Bell stepped out. Bottom of the 2nd, L.A. Pittsburgh, no score. 2nd inning from Atlanta. The Phillies are at it again. Von Hayes is homered. They're leading the Braves 4-1. Ken Griffey has hit his 2nd in a Braves uniform. And it holds at 2-2 on Buddy Bell. Again, the final this afternoon. The Cubs beat the Pods 6-4.
So if Cincinnati can win this evening, they would be in a tie for 3rd place with those San Diego Padres.
Need a base hit in this situation, either from Buddy Bell or the man due up next, Big Dave Parker. You flinched a little bit on that one, didn't you?
Not at all.
Yeah, you did.
Had it all the way.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, well, just a little bit.
Jeff flinched.
He was out of here.
Yeah, he was definitely out of here.
We're talking about that foul back off the bat of Buddy Bell. Full
count. did not look real good in the first inning, striking out against Bob Ojeda. We'll have another shot at him in a moment. Terry will have to stay at second. And Bell is gone on the ground ball to Santana. This game batting .285 against the league and .316 against New York, and can count one of his 19 home runs against Mets pitching, and there's a nickname that he acquired while with the Pittsburgh Pirates. And the folks that have that Cobra sign draped over the green deck and right would like Dave to deposit one in that general vicinity. Again, 7 of his 19 home runs this season have come off left-handers, and he had only 7 all year off of left-handers in '85. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And if there's a way that pitchers this year have been attacking Dave Parker, this is it. Breaking stuff on the outside corner of the plate to get him fishing.
Steve, you made a great point earlier about likening the '86 season of Bob Ojeda with that of John Tudor last year, and there it goes. He did not miss by a whole lot of dropping it over that Cobra sign in right field. He lights up left-hander Bob Ojeda as they explode those fireworks overhead. And big number 39 takes the grand tour as the Reds take a 2-0 lead on Dave Parker's 20th of the year. Dave, this bud's for you.
By Bob Ojeda on the pitch prior to this. Threw him the same one, but got it over the heart of the plate, and Parker just drives it, standing at home plate and watching it hit off the facade there in right field. Home run number 20 on the season for Big Dave, and 2 more RBIs, bringing his total to 65 this year.
Bo Diaz with a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Before that home run pitch.
Before you were so rudely interrupted.
Yeah, real rude. That John Tudor and Bob Ojeda, you can compare their seasons very favorably, because almost without exception, when they need to make the good pitch, they make it. Now, obviously, he didn't make a good pitch to Parker because Dave took him deep and Diaz grounds out. But the Reds get 2 runs on 2 hits. And at the end of 3, we're happy to report it is 2-0 Cincinnati.
2-0, the Cincinnati Reds lead the New York Mets by way of Dave Parker's 20th home run on the season. And I'm Steve Physioc along with Joe Nuxall. The old left-hander joins us now for the next 4 innings. Joe, Bob Ojeda this year has only given up 5 home runs. Number 6 went to Dave Parker. He's been able to do that by keeping the breaking pitch down. He wasn't able to do that to Mr. Parker.
Well, that's what happens when you get it up in the strike zone, particularly to Dave Parker. And that's what Dave's 8th home run off left-handed pitching, and that's not bad at all.
And he had just 7 last year, so he's doing a number on the left-handers this year.
Well, I tell you, you make a mistake to Dave Parker, particularly left-handed, and he'll take care of it right now, which he did.
Would you call him a mistake hitter?
No, but I'd call him a good hitter.
He is a darn good hitter, and he is right now beating up the New York Mets. It's a 2-0 ball game. And Scott Terry, I know you have to be impressed with the way Scotty's throwing. He's talked to you plenty this last week, and I would imagine a lot of it about starting.
Well, I think, you know, I'm sure you and Marty have touched on the fact that he had some time to prepare for the start this time. When you look at a starting pitcher and the one in the game in Chicago, you know, that was like a 5-minute notice, and this time Pete was able to tell him he was going to be starting, and it allows him to, I guess you would say, warm up differently and be able to relax just a bit, and he is showing through 3 innings that he's an excellent pitcher. He's pitched very well.
Well, Scott Terry will now face Darryl Strawberry, Danny Heap, and Ray Knight as we begin the 4th inning of play for the New York Mets. They're down 2-0 to Cincinnati. There's strike 1. out of play. Nothing in 2. I would imagine, Joe, it has to make a dramatic difference when you know you're going to start at least a week in advance like Scott is. A little different than the Chicago game.
Well, you know, when you throw down the bullpen, you work a little differently rather than preparing to go into a ball game for an inning or so.
Here's Wade Rout to take care of Darryl Strawberry rather nicely.
But the thing is being able to get prepared. And here's another look at Rowden's play on Darryl Strawberry. You can see the pitches away from Darryl and ground ball, and a nice play by Wade, and going on the run and a little sinker to Tony, and he had to backhand that ball. But well, I tell you, Wade Rowden has done an excellent job in the games he's played at shortstop. He's made some fine defensive plays.
And that is something coming as a shortstop or as a third baseman in the minor leagues to now a shortstop in the major leagues, and making an outstanding play against Philadelphia, again last night against the Mets, and right here this evening against New York.
Well, he started 38 games last year at shortstop in Denver, so it's not a strange position for him, but still playing on the turf here at Riverfront as opposed to in Denver on grass, it is a little different, but he's, as you say, has done an excellent job.
Scott Terry has the count, 2 balls and no strikes to Danny Heath. Heath hit the ball hard, but right at Ron Oster his first time up, and then Oster tossed quickly to Wade Rowden to double up Darryl Strawberry for a double play. That came back in the second. One, 2 balls and 1 strike.
Well, the scores at Cleveland outfit, they continue to roll. It's leading Chicago 6-2 in the second inning up at Municipal Stadium. And of course, Kansas City. Boy, I hope they win a lot of ball games over there for Dick Howser. Dick is just a super guy. I had the privilege of playing with Dick in 1961 in Kansas City, and he's just an outstanding person. And gosh, I hope that surgery is everything is positive about it. I don't know if there's been any report yet on it or not.
It was indeed a malignant tumor, and they said right now they've taken a part of it out, Joe. They've left part of it in there, and they're going to make a decision within the week, within the next few days, on what kind of surgery they will do on Dick Howser. Here's a ground ball to Ron Oster, and he tosses out Danny Heath for the second out of inning number 4.
Well, I guess all we can do is just root like the Dickens for Dick that everything comes out for him. Boy, that's really a shock, because you know, you just never know, do you, what might be in front of you. And Dick, we talked to him. I guess I know we didn't play him this spring, but nevertheless, knowing Dick Howser, he's always in good health, and all of a sudden, bingo. And it's very sad, but hopefully it'll come out on the plus side.
Yes, indeed. Our prayers and thoughts go out to the Dick Howser family and his wife, Nancy. Scott Terry now working with Ray Knight has the count. No balls, 1 strike. We have a 2-0 ball game here in the 4th by way of Dave Parker's 20th home run and 64th and 65th RBIs. Fly ball center field. Max Venable just a couple of steps to make the catch. And Scott Terry has his first 1-2-3 inning. It's a 2-0 ball game as we head to the bottom of the 4th. 2-0 ball game. Cincinnati has the lead, and Nick Esaski stands in there against Bob Ojeda. His last time up, Nick struck out. A pivotal game for Cincinnati. The Reds have lost 2 in a row after making a serious stab at the National League West lead, narrowing the margin on Saturday to 4 games, but losses to Philadelphia on Sunday, New York last night, coupled with 2 dramatic wins by Houston, and the Reds are back to 6 games out. They find themselves up 2-0. And Nick Esaski takes one inside that Gary Carter perhaps caught the inside corner. The count goes 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
See, I think probably when you look at Bob Ojeda and the way he pitches, I think there's a good indicator of why he's been successful. Right there, he threw a good change up behind in the count, and you could see Nick was way out in front on the pitch.
Misses this one as well and strikes out for the second straight time. strikeout by Bob Ojeda in the game.
There's a pitch away from, well, not really. That was a changeup, and you could see the bottom fall out of it.
Wade Rowden, the batter. Ball one. Wade had a base hit last night, that double just by Ray Knight at third base. Swings and misses. 1-1.
After that double last night, Steve, it looked like the New York pitchers just tried to stay away from Rowden. If anything they really came in bad. Let's see, there's a changeup, or it should be. There it is.
And Wade hits a ground ball to Rafael Santana, and Rowden is gone 6-3.
Old doggy, got 2,700 up. No, you say, well, that's a whole lot. And then you look at Pete and you say,
well, you saw it on the screen. It came back in inning number 2. Base hit back up the middle for Tony Perez, and that was the 4th hit, or at that time it was number 2, but the second hit of the game that Ojeda has given up 4 now. Tony pops it up. Right side, it will be out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Philadelphia has gone up on Atlanta 4-1 in the 4th inning now. Los Angeles and Pittsburgh are now in the 4th, and they have a scoreless game. Chicago again already has beaten San Diego 6-4. 3 balls and 1 strike. If Perez can get on, Ron Oster will follow, and then the pitcher spot, Scott Terry. Lays off ball 4, and Perez is on at first. Walk number 1 for Bob Ojeda in the game. And Joe, that has been really his best asset this year, control.
Boy, that was very close. You could see there Tony got it stopped. You know? I think if they would have said yes, he did, I don't think there'd been any argument from our group, but we'll take it. But,
it almost looked as if Perez might have been a little bit surprised they called ball 4. Ron Oster, the batter.
Daddy. New pop.
We talked about that.
Old Jake Wade?
9 pounds 5 ounces. Little chopper in front of home plate that Gary Carter will let it go, and it's a foul ball.
He's big already, isn't he?
The funny story is he's standing with Kurt Stillwell, the Red shortstop. And Joe, you know what an avid fisherman that Kurt Stillwell is. Well, Kurt goes 9 pounds 5 ounces, Ron.
It's the bass I caught.
He says that's a keeper.
I told Ho last night if he was going to teach him to switch it. That was before he was born.
Jacob Maxwell. Well, Daddy is up at the plate right now, and I don't know how many times Daddy said, would you say hi to Jackie? His lovely wife, who is now a daughter of 2, has 2 daughters and 1 son.
Yeah. Jill and
Julian. And Jacob.
Jackie might be asleep, though, laying up in Christ Hospital. Maybe. I don't know.
Ron laces 1 foul.
Jackie, are you awake? Answer us.
Ron said she'd be watching.
All right, Jackie. I can hear Jacob right now saying, come on, Dad, get a hit, for God's sakes.
Oster has the count 1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 out, and Tony Perez over at first base. Breaking pitch hit foul right side. Stays the same, 1-2. Mike Ferraro is winning it for Kansas City at this particular time for his skipper Dick Hauser. It's 4-3 Kansas City over Baltimore in the 4th inning. for Cincinnati in their half of the fourth. They lead one, and at the end of four, it's 2-0 Cincinnati. Cincinnati has a 2-0 lead on the New York Mets, and whether you're a master marathoner or a lunch hour jogger, you'll want to enter this year's Reds Pepsi Home Run. The finish line is on the turf at Riverfront, and the whole event takes place between games of the Reds-Padres doubleheader on Friday, August 15th. Runners get a free ticket, race T-shirt, free Pepsi, and a chance to finish in front of thousands of fans. You can get your Reds Pepsi Home Run entry form by calling the Reds at area code 513-421-4510. Rafael Santana will lead things off for the New York Mets. He'll be followed by the pitcher Bob Ojeda, and then back to the top of the order, and Len Dykstra, the center fielder.
You know, Steve, you talk about Scott Terry and the 20 appearances in the relief role this year, this being his second start, and I think he's more accustomed to the starting role as you go back in his minor league days. Last year, I think he led the American Association with 28 starts, so I think it's more comfortable, you would have to say, in the starting role.
My question is, how long, since being a starter, he's only started one game, how long do you think the Reds would like to see him throw this evening?
Well, I would have to think they'll allow him to go as far as he can. I think has worked very well, and the number of pitches he's thrown, I would imagine somewhere around between 60 and 70 pitches.
3 balls and no strikes to Rafael Santana. Pitcher's spot is coming up next. The Reds would like to escape these number 8 and 9 hitters when they get to the top of the order, and Mr. Dykstra. There is strike one. It's 3 balls and 1 strike.
Right now, of course, it's easy to sit up here and say it, but you just throw 2 more pitchers in that same spot, and if he can hit one, well, he does it. But just don't walk him.
He does. Missing the outside corner. Ball 4. So that's the 3rd walk in the game that Scott Terry has allowed in the game. And here comes Bob Ojeda in a bunting situation.
Further at the scores, Steve, Detroit, boy, they've been getting great pitching. 4th inning of shutting out Minnesota 1-0, and the Yankees shutting out Texas 6-0 in the 3rd at Yankee Stadium. So you mentioned the fact that Kansas City is up 4-3 over Baltimore. Cleveland is now 7-2 over the White Sox in the 3rd. Pat Corrales.
He just keeps on getting the job done, and there's the bunt taken by Tony Perez, and he cuts down Rafael Santana. Excellent play by Tony Perez.
Well, there's a play, you know, that'll happen so many times that I'm sure that Tony heard. Here's another look at it. Now, Ojeda butts a bit hard, but a good play by Tony, and he doesn't waste any time. He just turns and fires down to Wade Rowden, and Wade had visions of a double play, but Tony came up. Now, if he comes up and looks, now it's a different problem. As you can see right there, he came up and let fly, and they get Santana easily, and Santana hooking Wade to keep him from getting rid of the throw, but Wade taking the ball out of his glove dropped it, but out number 1, the big one.
Yes, indeed, as Len Dykstra stands in there. He is a threat to hit a home run. He has 5 this year. We all remember his very first here at Riverfront Stadium, and when he was just called up from Tidewater a year ago, smashed one down the right field line, and it hit the foul pole. Home run number 1. The Mets went on to beat the Reds that evening 3-2. Dwight Gooden, the winning pitcher. And he lines one hard in the gap. Ojeda will make the turn at second. Head to third. Venable with the relay. Will there be a play at the plate? Here's the throw from Ron Oster. It's cut off. And it's a 2-1 ball game. And Dykstra has himself a 3-base hit.
Well, the little guy Dykstra, I tell you, he hits the ball, it seems like hard. Here's another look at it. And Not a bad-looking pitch, a little on the inside half the plate and down, but Dykstra, I tell you, he's an aggressive little hitter. He walks up there cutting and slicing, and he's hit the ball hard 3 times tonight, in all honesty, and has gotten, finally got a base hit.
Well, that gets the Reds bullpen up and busy, and that means left-hander Rob Murphy will start to throw. There you see Dykstra sliding in safely at third base. Wally Backman with a chance to tie the game. Misses inside, ball 1.
Scott Breeden is going to go out, and really, I think this gives Scotty a little breather right now with run scoring, and want to take cautions that he doesn't start overthrowing the ball. That can happen sometimes, and just stay relaxed, and you got a man at third with 1 out. You need to pop up and ground out, and you're out of the inning. Sounds easy, doesn't it?
Sounds very easy the way you make it. There's Rob Murphy, the young left-hander just called up from Denver last week.
If it were only that easy.
If only. It ain't never that easy, as you can attest to through your years with the Major Leagues. Backman stands in there after the visit from Scott Breeden with the count 1 ball, no strikes. Little grounder. Ron Oster's coming home. Gets Len Dykstra at the plate.
An excellent play by O, as he is coming right straight at home plate. Here's another look at it, and throws sinking fastball away from Backman. Oster getting it on a good hop and throwing on the move, and Dykstra is out easily. Good tag by Bo. He was going to get in there if he had a tank.
Boy, he gave him a little muscle there with the tag, Joe.
He's got a home plate covered. Look at here. Now Backman trying to get around him, and he looked like he tagged him right in the face. There's Backman headed down to the water cooler. I don't think he's injured, but good play by both Oster and Bo Diaz.
And that was a big out. Now, instead of the tying run being 90 feet away, it's over at first base with Keith Hernandez up there. And 2 outs. Game-winning RBIs. Backman is a threat to go, has very good speed, but is not going as Scott Terry took his foot off the rubber. Wally has 8 stolen bases, has been caught 5 times.
Probably one of the better hitters in the league, although his average not up to what it normally is at 288, but he uses the whole field.
Oh, he showed us that back in inning number 3 when he kind of inside out. That Scott Terry pitch down the left field line for a 2-base hit. He has walked, he has doubled. 2 balls, no strikes. 2 outs. A man on first. A 2-1 ball game. Cincinnati has the lead. We are in the top of inning number 5. And rips one by Ron Oster. Backman will wait the turn, but that's all because Dave Parker's the man firing that baseball back in from right field. So runners on first and second for Gary Carter, who has been up there with runners on base his last 2 times. Both times he was unable to come through. as Terry struck him out in the first, and Tony Perez erased Gary Carter on a line drive back to him in inning number 3. Gentlemen had the game-winning hit last night to beat Cincinnati. The score was 1-0 with Hernandez and Strawberry on when Carter ripped one to left field. 2 scored, and the Mets went on to win 4-2. 2 on for Gary Carter here in the 5th. Popped up. Diaz, does he have a play? Yes, he does. Fine defensive play for Bo Diaz to end the Mets 5th. And at the end of 4 1/2 innings of play, it's Cincinnati 2, New York 1. 2-1 our score. Cincinnati has the lead over the New York Mets. Bottom of the 5th inning we go, and Cincinnati has called on a pinch hitter to replace Scott Terry, and that gentleman is Cal Daniels. So Scott Terry can only get the win. He has gone 5 innings, allowing 1 run. And boy, Joe, it looks like he will earn another start this year for Cincinnati.
Well, he pitched very well, and I guess when you look at this thing, it's a little surprising, although we don't know what the situation is, how many pitches he's thrown, and that might be a criteria as far as how far he was going to pitch this afternoon or this evening. But Scott pitched very well. He walked 3 in his 5 innings out there. The Mets had 5 hits. He had a couple of strikeouts, but I think he has to be very pleased with the way he pitched tonight.
So Cal Daniels will fill in there. His average this year is .333. He's making his 70th plate appearance. He has a couple of home runs and 10 RBIs. He was last night's starter for Cincinnati, and the first time up, he doubled. Let's see what he does here. He's been an outstanding pinch hitter for Cincinnati this year with 6 hits. As a pinch hitter, he takes strike 1 from Bob Ojeda. And laces one back up the middle. That's a base hit. So 7 pinch hits for Cal Daniels this year, and it looked like it went right between the legs of Bob Ojeda or by his leg.
Well, Cal is, I guess everybody has heard, is an excellent young hitter, and you can see on the pitch he hit off Ojeda, he just flicked the bat on it, just laid the bat on the ball, then overswing and hits it up the middle, and good start here in the 5th inning for the Reds.
Max Venable now stands in there. You see what he did in the 3rd. Back in the 1st, he grounded out to the 3rd baseman Ray Knight. This time, Knight is way pulled in at 3rd base, anticipating another sacrifice. And they almost have Daniels picked up. Yes, they do. Got him leading and got him picked off.
They really, Ojeda now, of course, I don't know if Cal has ever seen him. You could kind of see Keith Hernandez right there block him off the plate with a foot, but I don't know that, or off the bag with his foot. I doubt if he made it back anyway, but you know, I guess you gamble and it didn't pay off.
So Ray Knight now will back up at 3rd base. Max Venable standing in there in a hitting situation. And that young man will be the next Reds pitcher when the Reds take the field in the 6th inning. Rob Murphy. No balls, 2 strikes to Max Venable. One and 2. Inside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ojeda with an 11-2 record thus far this year. He's looking to match 2 other southpaws, teammate Sid Fernandez and Houston's Bob Knepper, as 12 game winners in the National League. Venable trying to go the opposite way, but fouls it off. Stays the same, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Ojeda with a good changeup. changeup. Of course, he extends his fastball that extra bit that makes it very effective.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
What Gary Carter's got for him here. Like a fastball away. Let's see.
Venable pops it up. Santana will call off the left fielder Danny Heap. 2 outs here in the 5th. And here comes Buddy Bell. Ball 1. Misses ball 2. Well, Buddy Bell is hitting .395 with 5 RBIs in his last 10 starts, and that .395 evens out to a 15 for 38 performance. He's been one of the hottest hitters in baseball. And he drives one deep to left. Look out here. Up, all right. Butts for you, home run number 6 on the season, and the Reds lead is back to 2.
Buddy went right down and got that one. Now here's another look at it. Watch this. Now, he just goes right there and gets it. A little under the glove there. Boom. Just a question of if it was going to be high enough, and it was.
Well, here's Mr. Parker, the guy with the last home run off of Bob Ojeda. This time he grounds out to Keith Hernandez, but the Reds come up with a run. Buddy Bell, 6th home run of the season, and lead it now 3-1 over New York. The Reds lead the New York Mets 3-1 here as we begin inning number 6, and a new pitcher for Cincinnati. That is Rob Murphy. Wears number 46, and his record thus far this season, well, he has an 0-0 record. He's making his 4th appearance here this evening, and he's thrown 4 innings. And the one thing that impresses me, Joe, about Rob Murphy is this time in his appearance with Cincinnati, he really looks like he belongs as he throws strike 1 to Darryl Strawberry.
Well, you know, you talk about a young pitcher, and when you first come up to the major leagues, your tendencies are to overthrow the baseball. And we've talked to Murph and discussed that, and now he's throwing strikes. He's relaxed and popping the baseball, and it's really made all the difference in the world for him. Hopefully he can give us about 3 good innings right here.
Catches the outside corner at the knees for strike 2. And that's a perfect pitch.
Well, you know, Murph he's got to be sneaky. You just watch his delivery, and it really looks like he gets right down in front of his uniform and then releases the baseball, and he's got a good split finger or fork ball, whatever you want to call it, a good slider, and he just has come a long way.
High 1-2. He reminds me a little of Ken Daly of St. Louis, the way he winds up and throws the fastball.
Well, he doesn't have as big a kick, I don't think, as Daly does. He's a little more, I think he'd be more sneaky than Daly is.
Struck him out. Darryl Strawberry, as you can tell, disagrees with home plate umpire Jerry Davis.
Well, they've had several. Here's another look at it. Now, what do you think? Well, that's, you know, from the camera angle, it does kind of look outside, but we'll take it. Darryl not happy. It's Jerry Davis. Ain't a whole lot you can do about it once he raises that right hand.
That's 1 out.
Start walking. Mention it.
And bring a new guy up there. This case, it's Danny Heap. To be followed by Ray Knight.
Goodbye, Darryl Strawberry.
Wow. And here comes
I think it's Strawberry. Jerry Davis, he got somebody over there. He didn't fool around. And now Davy Johnson and Ray Knight talking with Jerry Davis. And I don't know who it is. I would have to think of Strawberry. It looked like Davis just turned and said, "You're out of here," and not knowing who it might be over there, it said it. I've seen it happen. And before, well, the umpire said, "Well, I got to get somebody," and he turns and throws that somebody out. So let's see who takes a walk. I think Vern Hershide is going to try to get the heave-ho here. He's walking down the dugout. Usually in a case like that, you try to get someone that has no bearing on whether you can win or lose a ball game. And certainly Vern Hershide doesn't have any bearing. Great guy. Well, it's not Vern. So let's see who it is. Dave Johnson. You can see him walking down the dugout, and let's see who is he going to point to. Darryl Strawberry, and that's who it's going to be. So Big Darryl is by you, and I don't know. It might be possibly the first time in his career. That was usually a very quiet young man, but let's see if he has a last shot. There, yep, there it is. And there he's giving some very kind words to Jerry Davis.
Expletive, as I make my exit in Jerry Davis with the stare over at the Mets dugout. But that is one young man that can change the complexion of the game around with one swing out of the lineup now. Rob Murphy with a 1-1 count now to Danny Heath. Misses. 2-1. And 1 strike. So the Mets will have a new right fielder as we begin their defensive play in inning number 6.
Could be Kevin Mitchell. It could be Mookie Wilson.
Just waiting for
George
somebody.
Foster.
Waiting for somebody to jump up from the side and start throwing. Well, on the 3-1 count, Rob Murphy now walks Danny Heath, and that's Murph's first walk of the ball game. The batter. The Mets are down to the Cincinnati Reds 3-1 by way of 2 big Cincinnati home runs, the 20th of Dave Parker and the 6th off the bat of Buddy Bell. Ball 1. Pete Rose chewing the gum over in the Reds dugout. He talking the other day about the way the Reds can still win this thing in the National League West. Why? He says because we got more home games left than anybody else in the league. And after they got off the last trip, we really don't have a long trip the rest of the year. Counts 2 balls and no strikes to Ray Knight.
He's got a right-hander throwing on the New York bullpen, Rick Anderson.
2-1.
Warming up to go in the outfield. Maybe he's throwing down the tunnel.
He's the secret weapon. 1 man on, 1 man out. Here in the 6th for New York, they are down by 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. A powerful young man, 6'2", 200, out of Miami, Florida. He is 26 years old, turned 26 May 26th. Reds #1 draft choice, secondary phase in January 1981 draft. To the warning track, makes the catch, 2 out.
That's a nice friendly fly ball. That's what you like to see, a nice little lazy fly ball. No, it's out number 2 as soon as it leaves the bat. Here's another look at it. Ray going the other way, and Parker there easily, and he had it all the way. And Big Dave with that patented one-hand grab and little bluff toward first on Danny Heap.
So it brings us to Rafael Santana. 1 ball. Standing behind the pitcher's mound, grabbing a handful of dirt as Rafael Santana waits at home plate.
Now George Foster has moved on deck, and should Santana get on, he would hit for Ojeda. All right.
2 balls and 1 strike.
Let's do that another time and another time, because you don't get yachts up there and you can nail you with one swing of the bat.
Well, you mentioned that back in inning number 5 when Santana was up there and Terry walked him on a 3-1 count. Well, the count has gone 3-1. And Joe Nuxhall at that time was saying, hey, throw it right down the middle, make that young man hit the ball.
If he can hit it out, more power to him. But, boy, you don't want to put him on and have a guy that you know can cause you problems.
Santana with a little grinder to Wade Rowden, scoops, tosses to second, not in time. Rowden kind of got crossed up out of shortstop. And they will call that an error.
Looked like Santana got jammed on the ball, and that ball must have taken a funny kick on Wade. He was there. In fact, it looked like he might have kicked his own glove. So a break for the Mets, and here's George Foster.
Error on Wade Rowden after turning in a flawless defensive game this evening and last night against the New York Mets. Rob Murphy now has the count to George Foster with 2 on, 2 out. And the man who carries the bat when he played in his Cincinnati days with Black Death. And they asked him the question after those 52 home runs, did you have cork in the bat? And he said, no, the cork is in the arms.
And in the ball.
Jumped out of there.
They were legitimate, I'll tell you that. Here's a look at Anderson, who will take over for Bob Ojeda. This is only the 4th time that George has gone to the plate as a pinch hitter this year. He was 0 for 3. Hopefully 0 for 4 after this one. All right.
Center field. Parker just in front of Max Venable for the final out of the inning, and the Reds get out of the jam set up by the New York Mets. It's a 3-1 ball game as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Bottom of the 6th inning we go. The Cincinnati Reds lead the New York Mets 3-1. And here's a special Reds date, especially for your favorite adult baseball fan. It's Flight Bag Day on Saturday, August 9th, when the Reds host the Dodgers. The first 15,000 adults 18 and over receive a free Reds flight bag thanks to Mike Sell's potato chips. Each canvas bag features the Reds team emblem and an adjustable shoulder strap for easy carrying. That's Flight Bag Day on Saturday, August 9th against the Dodgers, sponsored by Mike Sell's Potato Chips. There you see the starting pitcher. That's Rick Anderson, Joe.
Rick Anderson is making just his 3rd appearance since joining the Mets. He has started 1 game, has worked a total of 10 innings, has allowed 5 hits, has struck out 5 and walked 5. He has no decisions, and a new right fielder also for New York, Kevin Mitchell, takes over for Darryl Strawberry, who was tossed out of the game in the top of this inning when he was called out on strikes by Jerry Davis, and Darryl not happy with the call at all. So Mitchell in right and Rick Anderson a new pitcher.
Well, Joe, he was the young man that was called up along with Rick Myers when Bruce Bereni and Randy Neiman were sent down to Tidewater. Kevin Mitchell, the new right fielder. Joe talked about him making that appearance when Darryl Strawberry was thrown out of the ball game, debating a called 3rd strike from home plate umpire Jerry Davis. Diaz to lead things off. He'll be followed by Nicky Saski, then Wade Rowden, as the Reds lead 3-1. Diaz has the count, 1 ball, no strikes. pitcher other than Bob Ojeda. From the left side, Ojeda had them all tied up, and Nick struck out, as you saw that graphic, his first 2 times up. You know, an interesting situation, Joe, is that Bob Ojeda, in 122 innings prior to this game, had only given up 5 home runs. And then, boom, Dave Parker, and another boom to Buddy Bell.
Well, you're, of course, serving him up to one of the better home run hitters in the league, and Dave Parker, and then to a hot batter right now in Buddy Bell. So, you know, when you run into people like that, whoop, there goes the Louisville Slugger.
Sounding like a piece of celery breaking in half, and there's 2 outs. You're going to have to call your friend down in Louisville.
Harold?
Pee Wee Reese.
Harold, I think Harold thinks they don't play baseball here anymore.
He hasn't visited you yet this summer.
What's wrong with him? I know his golf game isn't that good.
You've had your feelings hurt, haven't you?
Maybe it is. Yeah, you know, you got to consider the fact that he is an avid golfer, and to play 36 holes every day and drive to Cincinnati and back from Louisville, it's a little too much to ask of him. But you'd think, you know, when the guys bring the bats up, that Harold would send a message or something, you know, or whatever. But no messages from him.
2-0 the count to Wade Rowden.
Him and Rex Bradley used to travel together. Pee Wee would sleep on the way up, and Rex would sleep on the way back.
A couple of good old boys. 2-0 pitch. It's 2-1 now as Rowden fouls it off. 2 outs, nobody on.
No, you talk about Pee Wee. I'll never forget. I know you probably remember, but he tried to get an inside the park home run in Evans Field one afternoon off me. Yeah.
Who cut him down at the plate?
He thought he was Jesse Owens or who, but he almost made it. That only counts in horseshoes.
And who cut him down at the plate, Joe?
I think if I remember correctly, he hit the ball to right center field. I don't know where Gus or Bell or Wally Post threw, and then to McMillan, and really onto the plate.
And Pee Wee was out of there. Well, the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes for Wade Rowden with 2 outs here in inning number 6. Wade with a rip to left field. His first hit of the evening.
It looked like Anderson got a breaking ball up to Wade, and he took care of it. When you get that hanger, you want to drive it somewhere, and he hit it hard between Knight and Santana.
Well, the big dog is up there. He has been on base twice. He punched out base hit number 2,700 in his fabulous career back in inning number 2, and then walked in the 4th.
I tell you, he's due to hit one now. He hasn't hit one this year. I'm talking about a home run, and I like to see him hang another one like he did to Rowden.
Boy, it looked like he almost did there, but catches the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Misses. 2-1. Pittsburgh's gone up on L.A. That's good news, because as long as the Dodgers continue to lose, they're making it even more difficult in climbing out of that last place hole they've dug for themselves in this National League West. 2-1 the score in the 6th. Philadelphia's gone up on Atlanta 4-1 in the 6th, and it is scoreless Montreal and Houston in the 3rd. San Francisco, St. Louis tied at 2 in the 3rd. Tony pounds it foul, 2-2.
Watch Anderson, how he gets set to pitch. It's kind of interesting the way he drags the ball up his right side and kind of says, I don't want you to see this ball at any time. See if we pick it up here.
Does that mean a little sneaky? Doesn't want to show the batter the baseball?
Let's see if we can. See, he's got it tucked under his right hip. See that?
Tony goes down the line and right into the stands, and boy, it looked like momentarily it might be able to twist and have the distance in right field. 2 strikes, 2 outs with a man on. Rowden was going to throw to second base, not in time. And the count is 3-2 to Perez.
Here's another look at Wade, and he gets a pretty good jump. He takes a look at plate, and now the headlong slide, and just in under the tag by Santana. And another look at it. He is definitely there, and as Santana tags him on the right shoulder. Now Gary Carter, a little chat with Rick Anderson. Full count to Tony, and I would have to think that you're not going to give in to Tony Perez, but Ron Oster has been swinging the bat very, very well from the left side.
Yes, indeed, he has hit it safely in 13 of his last 16 games. But Perez up there trying to put a little more insurance into the Reds' lead right now that is 3-1. Bouncer. Backman takes it. And Perez is history, and so are the Reds here in the 6th. They leave a man. They get the base hit from Wade Rowden, but the score at the end of 6 is 3-1 Cincinnati. The Cincinnati Reds have the lead 3-1 over the New York Mets as we head to the top of the 7th inning of play. Lenny Dykstra will lead things off. He'll be followed by Tim Tuffle, who is now standing in to pinch hit for Wally Backman. Tim Tuffle, one of the 4 New York Mets involved with that Houston barroom brawl, and all 4 will have to report back to Houston sometime in the near future to pay their dues and figure things out and straighten things out as they try and also win this National League West. Dykstra with a ground ball to Rowden. Guns him down. 1 out.
He almost ran over Doug Harvey. I don't know what happened. It looked like Wally or Dykstra lost his balance. He was running sideways when he crossed the bag, and Doug Harvey down on one knee about 10 feet in fair territory and had to duck Dykstra.
Here's Tim Tuffle. You see the New York Mets, they're scattering in the dugout. The reason is there appears to be a brawl in the right field fans here in Cincinnati, and the police are scurrying over to figure it out. Meantime, the battle continues between Rob Murphy and Tim Tuffle, and the count is 2 balls and no strikes. We are in inning number 7 with 1 out. Ball 3. Ball 4. He walks Tim Tuffle on 4 pitches. And it brings us to Keith Hernandez. Which means
Scott Frieden going to the mound, and you could see it looked like Murph got a little hurried with his pitches and not really setting and picking up his target. And I think Scotty is probably going out and saying, hey, now just slow it down and get the job done. It really looked like he really was speeding his delivery up, and you could see all the pitches were high to Tuffle. So getting into the meat of the order, we don't want anybody on base.
For Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Carter, that will follow, and then the man who replaced Darryl Strawberry, Kevin Mitchell. Hernandez has been on base all 3 times. Boy, has he been deadly tonight. A walk, a double, a base hit to right field. And he has a man on and Tim Tuffle over at first base. Ron Robinson, you saw him momentarily. He has started to warm in the Reds bullpen. Big burly right-hander for Cincinnati. indicated he is again high.
You can see where Bull wants it away from him, and there it is. Waiting for the strike. Be careful with Hernandez, of course. He puts the ball in play, and they could play hit and run at any time.
Inside, 2-1. Warming up along the Cincinnati sideline. He may report in, pushing Nick Esansky out of the lineup, and Max Venable over to left field. Inside and high, 3-1. Gave him the green light with the count 3-1. He fouls it off. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. And I am sure Keith Hernandez wouldn't mind having that pitch back again. You saw the grimace on his face. Determination in the look of Rob Murphy.
Might have been a break for Murph because it looked like a pitch out of the strike zone. All right, 2.
All right. Get the double play to end the inning. 4-6-3. It's a 3-1 ball game at the end of 6 1/2. Pete Rose watching as Ron Oster will step into the batter's box with Reds leading 3-1 in the bottom of the 7th inning of play, and the Reds will have a pinch hitter for pitcher Rob Murphy, who has been able to escape New York Met threats in innings 6 and 7, Joe, to help this 3-1 advantage by Cincinnati.
Well, Murph has done exactly what I think Pete and Scott Breeden wanted, is get 2 scoreless innings out of them to get to Robbie and Franco out of the bullpen. So with Carter and Mitchell coming up along with Danny Heap in the 8th, you're going to see Robbie in to face that trio.
Tim Temple's the new second baseman, replacing Wally Backman, who he pinch hit for in inning number 7. And Ron Oster takes a ball outside. It's 1-0. One ball, 1 strike. Pittsburgh has pushed their lead to 3-1 now of the Dodgers in the 7th. 1-2. Atlanta has added a run in their half of inning number 7. It's now Philadelphia 4, the Braves 2 in the 8th.
Got Randy Meyer, lefty, throwing down in the New York bullpen.
There's a ground ball. Keith Hernandez plays it beautifully. 1 down. Hitting for the pitcher Rob Murphy, and it would appear that Ron Robinson would get the call for Cincinnati when the Reds take the field in the 8th. Robinson continues to warm down to the Reds bullpen. You see Kurt's stats, but he is up that average since the All-Star break from 176 to 189.
Kurt last night had his first pinch hit of the year. Line drive to central field. Center field.
It's baseball lingo.
Central, straight up the middle. That's the center, isn't it?
Not sure if you saw that shot by Damaso Garcia the other night. You see Myers warming in the New York Met bullpen. He had a screamer to right field. Stillwell takes a strike. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. And it hit the leg of Mike Davis in right field and carry him through center all the way through left and almost to the foul line. Hit that hard. Mike Davis had a welt in his leg about the size of a baseball. And there's another base hit. Comes through with Max Venable standing up there, and then the third baseman Buddy Bell, and Davey Johnson will make the slow walk, and he says, I want the left-hander. Myers with left-hander Max Venable coming up. So Myers will get the call. He's the left-hander, and that will do it for Rick Anderson here in inning number 7. The Cincinnati Reds currently have a 3-1 lead over the Mets with 1 on and 1 out. Anderson takes the seat. Myers to the mound, and while he warm-ups, we'll take this pause for a commercial break. Cincinnati 3, New York 1. Cincinnati 3, New York 1, bottom of the 7th inning of play, and Cincinnati was fortunate to see baseball history last year when Pete Rose became the all-time hits leader. Well, now, thanks to Marathon Petroleum Company, you can save the memories of that moment. It's a Pete Rose hit 4192 poster, and it's free to everyone in attendance on Sunday, August 10th. Each color poster features the evening's highlights as depicted by artist Andy Buckman. That's Hit 4192 Poster Day on Sunday, August 10th. Free to everybody thanks to your Tri-State Marathon dealers and distributors. A new pitcher, and Joe, tell us about him.
Well, lefty Randy Myers, and this will be his 3rd appearance since joining the Mets from Tidewater. Owns a .540 earned run average. He's worked just an inning and 2/3, allowing 3 hits. And he throws over to first. He struck out 1 and has hit a batter.
So with Kurt Stillwell on first base, Max Venable will be the first man that he will face. And he has the count to Max, 1 ball, no strikes. Myers trying to show off his move that Max Venable saw the last time he was at home plate. Cal Daniels was there. Bob Ojeda was pitching, and Ojeda picked off Cal Daniels. Stillwell edging out, trying to get that right foot on the carpet, and Venable with a high chopper. Safe, quick toss, not in time. Now they get Stillwell as he slides off the bag. Dana DeMuth right there, the second base umpire. He ruled Stillwell safe on the slide, and you can almost see the disgust in the face of Pete Rose.
Well, here's another look at it, and you can see the safe ball. You can't, but there's Kurt sliding over the bag, and there's the tag, and that's an out. A tough one. Kurt looked like he was really bent on breaking up the double play, and he had that done very well, although I don't think there would have been any chance. Oh, a tough break for Curtis. There he is.
And Tony Perez is given the go-over. Meantime, Venable's at first base with now 2 outs. So the official score gives a base hit to Max Venable. Low for a ball. Last time Buddy Bell was up there, slammed his 6th home run over the left field wall. He's 2 for 3 in the game. Base hit back at the middle in the first, and that home run in inning number 5 that pushed the Reds' lead to 3-1. Cincinnati Reds are looking for their very first victory against the New York Mets here at Riverfront this year. And Bell skies one to right. Kevin Mitchell side retired. And at the end of 7 complete, Cincinnati leads by 2, 3-1 over New York. It's a 3-1 ball game. The Cincinnati Reds have the lead over the New York Mets, and it's time for the closers. That means Ron Robinson and John Franco. Right now, Ron Robinson will get the call, Marty Brennaman, who now joins me as Joe Nuxhall goes back over to the radio side, but the right-handed side has to get the call.
Well, I was kind of hoping for an all-rookie night, Steve. You had Jerry go 5. It would have been nice to see Rob Murphy go 4 and do a number on New York, but Pete going with his ace right now, and that's Ron Robinson, in the hope that he can finish and the Reds can even up this series at a game apiece.
And the Reds again looking for their first victory over the New York Mets here at Riverfront. They have a record of 4-2 at Shea Stadium. You see the numbers by Ron Robinson. Well, he has flat been outstanding this year. If he has had any difficulty lately, he even admits himself it has been in late June and early July where the fastball has been a bit up. But is the call tonight to deny the Mets and collect another save. Number 9 will be it.
Well, he'll be facing Gary Carter, as you see, to begin the 8th inning. And a very high fly ball. It'll be Venable. 1 pitch, 1 out. May well be done as far as this night is concerned at the plate, and if he is, he will have capped off an 0 for 4 night. Meanwhile, Kevin Mitchell comes up for the first time. Very impressive numbers for a young man who has started at 5 different positions this season. Right field included among those 5, and that's a position he was forced to come off the bench and play when Darryl Strawberry was pitched out of here. And it's Venable again, and there are 2 men out, and whoa, he turned that into a circus cat. Baby might have had a little rise on it. It was hit so hard that it might have been taking off on Max, and watch this play. Hang with him.
Had it all the way.
Yeah.
Boy, he twists him around, and you can tell, Marty, as you said, the ball was kind of on a rise. At that occasion, you think the ball's going to die and come right to you, but it just went right over his head, and if not for a fine athletic maneuver for Max Venable, he pulls it in.
He's had a workout. Here's Danny Heath. They've gotten good pitching up to this point. Terry went 5 and allowed 5 hits and a run. Murphy won a couple of innings, did not give up a hit. Struck out 1 and walked 2, and now it's Robbie, hopeful of finishing and picking up his 9th save. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You can never feel too confident with these New York Mets, particularly watching their games over the weekend, Marty, with the Houston Astros. What wild ones they had.
Now there's a base runner for New York as they pick up their 6th hit and their first hit since the single by Hernandez back in the 5th. Ray Knight, a base hit his first time up in the game, but since that time has flied out twice, once to center and once to right. Strike on Ray Knight. 2 away here in the top of the 8th. Reds have gotten their runs on home run power from Dave Parker and from Buddy Bell. Mets scored their only run to date in the 5th inning on a triple by Lenny Dykstra. And Knight behind on that foul back. Heap takes his lead at first, and Ron Robinson concentrating on the sign flashed by Bo Diaz. Oster, Perez, and the inning is over. hit, one left. We're in the middle of the 8th inning, and the Reds lead New York by that score, 3-1.
Cincinnati 3, New York 1, bottom of the 8th. The Reds and Borden Dairy are teaming up for a blockbuster special date at Riverfront Stadium. It's Backpack Day on Sunday, August 17th, when the Reds take on the Padres. For the first 15,000 youngsters in attendance 14 and under receive a free Reds backpack. Each red canvas backpack is just the right size for carrying school books, lunches, anything to and from school. So be sure to be on hand for this super Red special date Backpack Day on Sunday, August 17th, thanks to Borden Dairy.
Boy, you did that so well.
Well, I was just picturing you with a Borden Dairy backpack on your back, just kind of heading off to class again.
I can understand that.
Back in Tar Heel days.
I can't remember when I went to class and how it was. It's been that long ago. Dave Parker leading off the bottom of the 8th, an inning in which the Reds are hoping to hit for the final time tonight, and he has been a factor. In fact, if the lead stands and the Mets have only one more at-bat, he would pick up another game-winning RBI. It would be his 10th of the year. And he's a pitch away from a walk. The attendance tonight, 23,707. 23,707. Parker had the green light, went too far, made contact, and it's 3-1. Pretty good fastball right there.
Sure was. As a matter of fact, I was asking to Dave the other day, I said, do you ever go for home runs? Because a lot of guys just say, I try and hit the ball hard. He says, I try and hit the ball hard, but there are occasions where I am straight looking for nothing but getting the ball in the seats.
He has gotten a walk there. That is only the second allowed by New York pitching all night long. Diaz batting in that cleanup slot is without a hit. He's lined to center field. He's bounced to short. He's grounded to third. And now Davy Johnson bouncing right back out of the dugout. That is a move that he has made a number of times tonight. And apparently is going to make a double switch. Howard Johnson is going to come off the bench. And, well, he started out that way. And now Davy Johnson has sent him back into the dugout. Instead is calling on Mookie Wilson to go to the outfield, and we'll see who he'll replace out there. But the new pitcher, you saw him just a moment ago, it'll be right-hander Doug Sisk. So the manager of the Mets makes a double switch, and we've got this break in the action here in the 8th inning with the Reds in front of the New York Mets 3-1, and we'll be back right after this.
The Reds have Dave Parker at first base, and nobody out, and a new pitcher is Doug Sisk. Reds lead 3-1. Well, Sisk this year, 2-1 his record, 3.62 his earned run average. This is appearance number 17 this year, and he was a great one a couple of years ago as the setup man for Jesse Orosco. Last year he had arm difficulties and really faltered, both he and Orosco, as a matter of fact, as the Mets wound up second place for the second straight season. Well, Sisk, I watched him pitch, Marty, on Sunday in that long marathon duel they had with the Houston Astros, and he really failed miserably in that ball game, really getting the ball, his sinker, which is his money pitch, where he wanted to put it. Was consistently wild with it, inside, outside, and down. And when he got it down, I mean, we're talking way down, because that sinker, he was like a 59-foot sinker.
Well, control has been the biggest problem Doug Sisk has had in the last couple of years. And it's been a real mystery as far as the Mets are concerned, because you might remember a couple of years ago, boy, he and Jesse Orosco formed as good a lefty-righty tandem out of their bullpen as there was in baseball. He's facing Bo Diaz, who squares to bunt, and that pitch way high and inside. Bo had to get out of there right now. Reds trying to stir something up here in the 8th inning and maybe add some more runs before the Mets come to bat in the ninth. Mookie Wilson now playing left field. He replaced Danny Heap. He'll be batting ninth in the Mets order, and that means he'll hit second in the 9th inning. Last year, Sis divided his time, or actually spent most of the year with the Mets, but did appear in 4 games with Tidewater. He was 4-5 with New York with a .530 earned run average after, in 1984, saving 15 games. Parker goes, and he'll have to come back. In fact, in the 83 and 84 seasons, Doug Sis had a total of 26 saves. And in 1984, in making 50 appearances, he was 1-3 with a .209 earned run average and those 15 saves, and then fell on hard times. He's all even with Diaz at 1 ball and 1 strike. Using his good speed to good advantage. Diaz fly ball left field with Parker holding at first base, and up for the 4th time now comes Nick Esaski. Nick has not had a good night. He has struck out twice. He has meekly grounded out. Pretty good win then.
Be an outstanding win, because I think just brings the momentum back into Cincinnati's favor after they had lost it, after winning 5 straight, then losing 2 in a row.
2 balls and no strikes.
In the meantime, you watch Houston just win remarkable game after remarkable game. They took 3 from New York, and all late inning fashion, and then yesterday's heroics in the 9th inning.
And 1 strike on that foul.
And it seemed like, Marty, all the talk in Cincinnati when the Reds had tripped it to 4 is, hey, where is the path now? All the gates are open. You just have to walk in. But then Houston keeps on fighting. So is San Francisco. And the rest of the West keeps on faltering, with the exception of Cincinnati. But Atlanta and L.A. and San Diego are just going through some struggling times.
Well, the Reds would like to think those struggles from the Western Division clubs would continue into next week and beyond, because they'll be back in the West beginning on Monday in San Diego. Hernandez, good play. And they're 2 men out.
There's Keith again, backhanding it. He's one of the finest defensive first basemen in baseball. So many gold gloves, and there's another reason why.
Not a base hit. His last time at the plate in the 6th inning when he singled aloud. Batting a solid .281. Well, that mound has been a busy place for New York. Bob Ojeda, Rick Anderson, Randy Myers, and now Doug Sis. Anderson went 1 1/3, giving up 2 hits. Myers 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit and a walk. Just trying to bail him out and leave Parker on base. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now the plate umpire, Jerry Davis, is going to, with that bat, measure the batter's box. I wouldn't be surprised if Gary Carter might have said something to Jerry Davis.
Wade Rowden, though.
A little psychological warfare going on right there. So Wade well within the confines now as he gets a toe hold with that back right foot, only inches in front of the back line, is drawn by Jerry Davis. Good stop by Carter. Parker not going anywhere.
Ball players have different philosophies on that breaking stuff. Some want to stand way back there and get the entire look at the break. Some want to stand way up in the batter's box and get it before it breaks.
Right.
Some think the fastball slows down the further back you go.
I don't think they've proven that yet.
I don't think they have either.
Not within the confines of how far you can go back. as a batter. 3-1. Now let's get Rowden on and get Tony Perez a shot at him. Sooner or later, Rowden is going to touch somebody up. He showed power in the minor leagues. He's yet to hit his first big league home run. And the count is full. With the attendance tonight of 23,707, the Reds now show a season's paid attendance of 892,764. A very good chance to go over 1 million in home paid attendance before this homestand comes to an end. This plays it. That's all for Cincinnati in the 8th. No runs, no hits, no errors for New York, and the Reds leave a man. And on we go to the 9th inning with the Reds in front, 3-1. 8 innings of baseball are in the books here at Riverfront Stadium, and the Reds enter the 9th inning with a 2-run lead over New York. Ronnie Robinson, hence 3 outs away from recording a save, and will be facing Howard Johnson, who will come off the bench to pinch hit for Rafael Santana, then Mookie Wilson, and then Len Dykstra. Pete Rose going to defense here in the 9th inning. He's brought Eddie Milner into the game. That's Eddie out in center field. And Max Venable has moved from center to left. Nick Esansky out of the lineup. Howard Johnson, switch hitting shortstop, third baseman, pretty much of a jack of all trades, batting .254 with 5 homers and 18 RBIs. A ball from Ron Robinson. One strike. Reds win this game. It would be their 5th against 6 losses against New York this season, and the season series between the two clubs coming up tomorrow night. Reds could split it right down the middle, and that would be no small accomplishment against this ball club. 2 balls, 1 strike. So left-handed batting Johnson, followed by left-handed hitting Wilson, and another left-handed swinger in Len Dykstra. Maybe Johnson has things in his court here in the 9th inning in terms of the percentages, but Robinson, if he's on top of his game, you can take those percentages and file them. Right now, he has squared the count on Johnson at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Going after his 9th save of 1986. Strike 3 call. And the ball kicked away by Johnson. Robbie picks it up, and the throw hits Perez. Now what are they going to do? The ball got away from Bo Diaz. He went after the ball as Johnson broke down the line. Johnson inadvertently kicked the ball. Robinson picked it up, and look at this argument as Doug Harvey, the crew chief, gets together with third base umpire Eric Gregg. And what are they going to call, if anything? There's no question that Johnson would have been out. Diaz was within inches of picking it up when Johnson's foot kicked it up the first baseline. And Ronnie Oster irate along with Pete Rose and Dave Parker, which might indicate that Howard Johnson, despite the strikeout, is going to be a base runner. I have never, ever seen that before. The one thing you have to realize is that Howard Johnson by no means purposely kicked the ball. It was accidental or incidental contact. Watch it again. This is a bizarre play. There's strike 3 call. Now watch. His left foot kicked the ball. Robinson made a good effort. His throw hits Johnson, and then the argument results. Here's another look at it. Should get a clearer view of Johnson kicking the ball as he broke out of the box and there was a contact made. Meanwhile, as you get still a third look at it. They better be concerned about calming Ron Robinson down, because he's got a hair-trigger temper also, and Tony Perez now saying something to him as the four umpires get together, and normally when they do that, trouble results. Doug Harvey is an umpire who claims to have seen everything that could ever occur of a somewhat off-the-wall nature in baseball. I would love to know if he's ever seen that play. I think Johnson's going to stay at first. All you have to do is look at Pete Rose's face to tell that the decision has already been rendered, and it is not a favorable decision for the home team. So you are probably going to be able to score that a strikeout looking. And I would think, based on looking at the replay, that Bo Diaz will be charged with a pass ball. You don't see any New York Mets in that crowd. Davey Johnson very passively watching from the Mets dugout, and I'm sure expecting that Johnson will remain at first. Joe Nuxall, who has said numerous times, if you stay around this game long enough, you are going to continue to see something you have never seen before. And I have never seen that. Here it is again. Now, from this look, Robinson will block out the contact, but it was made, as we saw from another look earlier, when he accidentally kicked it with his left foot. And now Billy DeMars has been thrown out of the game as he continues to carry the argument to Doug Harvey, and I believe he's been thrown out. Pete Rose, who had headed back toward the dugout, has gone back out. Can continue from now until the sun comes up, and the umpires have made their decision, and it ain't going to change. So a strikeout for Ronnie Robinson, which is very small consolation at the moment. And Ron now will throw down to Bo Diaz as the conversation continues among Rose, DeMars, and crew chief Doug Harvey. And there is activity elsewhere on the field, specifically in the Reds bullpen, where left-hander John Franco has gotten up. Strikeout, pass ball. That is the official scoring decision. As you might expect. I don't think Bo Diaz is very happy either. He has turned and looked up toward the press box, which, among other folks, also houses the official scorer. If we get a chance to look at that play later on, from the times that we've already seen it, I would have to say that's a good scoring decision. So the runner's at first, despite the strikeout, which means that Ron Robinson now will have to get 4 outs in the 9th inning, and goes to work on Mookie Wilson. Pitch is taken high, ball 1. One strike. hands are busy. John Franco for Cincinnati. It looks like Roger McDowell is up and throwing for New York. And that ball, picked up by first base coach Bill Robinson, got out of the Reds bullpen. There's John Franco. And here's Ron Robinson's 1-1 to Wilson. Good fastball. Lenny Dykstra coming up next. They might get two out of this. They do. Wilson's fine speed because it was hit near the bag, and that's all Oster needed with that fine throwing arm of his. No contest. Mets find themselves down to their final out. And here's the play. That's a pass ball. I don't see how Bo Diaz can be upset about that call. It was not a difficult pitch to handle. It just got off of his glove and resulted in the bizarre turn of events that saw Billy DeMars eventually thrown out. A strike to Dykstra. Good news from St. Louis. The Giants losing big to the Cardinals 10-2 in the fifth. And in the ninth inning, the Pirates leading the Dodgers 3-1. Montreal, Houston, no score in the sixth inning. Philly 4, Atlanta 2 in the ninth. A ball and a strike. One out away from a Reds win and a first big league victory for Scott Terry. The 2-1. What you don't want to see happen here is the Mets get a couple of folks on base and get into the heavy hitters. Keith Hernandez, Gary Carter. Robbie needs a strike. Couldn't get it. That'll bring up Tim Tupple, who will bat for the second time. Tupple pitch hit in the seventh inning for Wally Backman and drew a walk. That's one of them. I'll tell you what, if Robinson is going to get his ninth save, he is going to have to get the final out. And the final out with this batter right here, Tim Tupple. You'd have to think Pete would bring Franco on to face Hernandez if Tupple keeps him alive. But Robbie throwing good. One ball, two strikes. And now this crowd of 23,707. The majority of whom are standing and applauding, anticipating the 27th New York out. Calms them down for just a minute, but the den will start up again. I'll tell you, this crowd has really been into this ball game. Runner at first, two down. Pitch. And they wanted it. But Jerry Davis said, too much inside, 2-2. And he made the right call. Check Pete's reaction now. things down and close the door. Robinson, after getting Wilson to hit into the double play, prolonged the inning with a walk to that man, Len Dykstra. And after being in front, goes 3-2 on Tuffle. And that one is hit well. And will get a run in, or will it? It bounces over the fence on a hop. And they will bring Len Dykstra back to third base. So the Reds get a break there because the run most assuredly would have scored. Now, let's see if Pete Rose goes to his bullpen and brings on Johnny Franco. Here he comes. We have seen it go against Cincinnati with the same type of situation where a ball bounces over the fence, depriving the Reds of a run. And that's what has happened here. So Ron Robinson could not, quote unquote, take it to the house. And that means that he will not get a chance any longer to get his 9th save of the season. Rather, it will be left-hander John Franco. Rose stopped to visit with plate umpire Jerry Davis. He is now gone to the mound. He has signaled for the left-hander Franco. And John will try and come on and get a very, very tough out. Second and third, 2 outs in the 9th, and the Reds leading 3-1. And we'll be back. We've seen a number of double switches tonight, and Pete Rose has just been forced to make one for Cincinnati as a result of a 2-out double by Tim Tuffle, a ground rule double that bounces over the fence in left center, meaning that Len Dykstra had to stop at third. So the Mets have the tying runs in scoring position, and the double switch, a new Reds battery. Sal Butera has gone behind the plate. He'll be batting 9th, and that man, left-hander John Franco, comes on to pitch and will be hitting in the number 4 position. It is left-hander against left-hander. Hernandez will bat against Franco, who leads the Reds relievers in saves with 15. 3-4 his record, 233 his earned run average, making his 44th appearance. There's the other half of the double switch. Hernandez, 2 for 3, has walked, double, and single, and in the 7th grounded into a double play. So a base hit now for New York would tie it up. And again, you go back to that strange play involving Howard Johnson and the kicked baseball that has prolonged the Mets' night and put them in a position to even the score. Strike one. Have been batting a long time in the ninth. One of the fine clutch hitters in the National League, Hernandez, as you look at the base runners. Dykstra at third, Tuffle at second. With that nod of the head as Butera drops the sign down. 1 ball and 1 strike. Of course, John had that great series up in New York when the Reds swept him a couple of weeks ago. He picked up a win. He picked up a save on consecutive nights. And he is as aware as anybody that this game is being TV'd back to New York tonight. So he would like to put his best foot forward. Tough customer waiting, Gary Carter. Did he go? He did. And now Hernandez getting bent out of shape. And Jerry Davis has been the focal point of irate baseball players on both sides. Did he go? Let's see. I don't think so. So Keith has to try and get his act back together again. And the great thing about this matchup, you have two guys who have ice water in their veins. John Franco and Keith Hernandez. Second and third, 2 out. Parker. And this one, no! He dropped the ball. The Mets tie it up as Parker coughs up a routine fly ball in right field. And John Franco making no bones about the fact that he is very, very upset. Watch Parker. That one-handed grab that has been one of his trademarks, but this time it betrays him in the worst type of situation. So not only does New York tie it up, but they have the go-ahead run at second. And Carter takes it way away. Two-base error by Dave Parker, and the Mets have come off the mat here in the 9th inning. Count evens up, 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, John Franco certainly did his job. He got Keith Hernandez to hit a routine fly ball to right. The 5th error Parker has committed this season. Ball 2. We'll close the book on Ronnie Robinson. 1 2/3 innings, 2 hits, 2 unearned runs. He walked a batter. Who's going to catch this one? Look out. The inning is over. But 1 batter too late. 2 runs, 1 hit, 1 huge error, and 1 left. And at the end of 8 1/2, the Reds and the Mets are tied. Needless to say, it should have never come to this. That is the bottom half of the 9th inning, but it has. And the Reds now have to hitch themselves up by their bootstraps and go to work against right-hander Doug Sisk. And for Cincinnati in the home half of the 9th inning in this 3-3 tie, it's going to be Tony Perez, Ron Oster, and Sal Butera. Sisk came on to bail out the left-hander Randy Myers in the 8th inning after Dave Parker had led off the 8th with a walk and retired 3 in a row. Far be it from me to criticize the play of Dave Parker, but once again it points up the importance of outfielders being taught to make the two-handed catch. Parker, a man alone at the moment right there in the Cincinnati dugout, and I'm sure that Dave is hoping that if it goes long enough he will get a chance to atone for a huge mistake. But I guess things balance themselves and even themselves out after, or before that error, of course. You go all the way back to the 3rd when he hit that 2-run home run to get the scoring underway. So who will wear the laurel of hero in this one? Howard Johnson staying in the game at shortstop. Here's Tony Perez. Ball 1. Tony 1 for 2 with a walk. He had a base hit back in the 2nd. Foul ball. Knight charged this ball, but it's clearly foul. In fact, Ray stepped to foul territory to field it. So Perez back to the plate with a count of 1 ball, 1 strike. 3 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors for Cincinnati. 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors for New York. 0-2. That's Tuffle. And Perez is out number 1. Mario Soto threw the ball well last night. Had some control problems, which was to be expected considering the amount of time he's been away, but everybody liked the way he threw the baseball. He has had no problems 24 hours later, and is scheduled to come back and make his next start over the weekend against Montreal. Base hit for Oster. Ronnie found the hole despite the fine range of Keith Hernandez. Finds a hole right between Hernandez and the second baseman Tuffle as the Reds collect their 10th base hit. And that'll bring up catcher Sal Butera batting for the first time tonight. Sal, who's been behind the plate on a daily basis due to the left ankle injury suffered 2 weeks ago to Bo Diaz in New York. Batting .219, 2 homers and 10 RBIs. Nobody loosening up in the New York bullpen, although they had Roger McDowell throwing while the Mets were batting at the top of the ninth. Have won 8 consecutive one-run games, and they sport a winning record in that very important department, 17-16, while the Mets have won 17 and lost 11. Oster going. 2 out. Butera hit it very hard. And had Oster not been going, of course, Knight coughed it up, but that's a double play ball under any circumstance, and would not have had to play at second anyway, but Butera doesn't run all that well, and Knight had a chance to recover. Now, Davey Johnson comes back to the mound, and this conversation involving everybody on the infield, no doubt will concern what do you want to do? Do you want to pitch to Venable? Do you want to walk him with first base open and take your chances against Buddy Bell? But don't forget, and I'm sure Davey Johnson knows all too well, that Bell is probably swinging the hottest bat, average-wise, in the Reds lineup at the moment. So despite the fact that Venable is a left-handed batter hitting against the right-hander Sisk, they may well be willing to pitch to him, although now we note they're not. They're going to put him on and will take their chances with Bell. Sisk in the process of issuing an intentional walk, his first base on ball since coming onto the 8th inning. This is the proper strategy, but again, Buddy Bell's bat is awfully, awfully warm. Venable's run doesn't make a hoot of a difference anyway. Oster is the only one who counts, so Bell has a chance to send most of this crowd of 23,707 home happy. He has gone 2 for 4 with a single and a solo home run. This was a long-winded riverfront. Last night we went 3 hours and 7 minutes. There's Oster at second. And you see Venable leading off at first. Bell batting .259. Slide to right in the 7th inning. Sisk unloads and almost threw a wild pitch. Davey Johnson pitching coach Mel Stottlemyre. Two balls, no strikes. Reds attempting to pull it out in the bottom half of the ninth inning. And not this time. That ends the ninth for Cincinnati and ends the threat. The Reds no runs in the ninth inning, 1 hit, and 2 men left on. And at the end of 9 full innings of baseball, the Reds and the Mets are even at 3 apiece. John Franco, who came on, and when the ball left Keith Hernandez's bat, looked like he had his 16th save of the season. But Dave Parker dropped it, 2 runs scored. The Reds failed in a 9th inning threat, and we go to the 10th. Cincinnati in extra innings for the 14th time this season. Make that the 13th. The Reds are 6-6 in overtime affairs. And interesting to note that the Mets are in 13 extra inning games, 1 under, 6 wins and 7 losses. New York will lead off the 10th inning with Kevin Mitchell. He replaced Darryl Strawberry in the bottom half of the 6th inning after Strawberry was ejected when he was called out on strikes in the 6th inning against Rob Murphy. And Mitchell has been to the plate 1 time and lined hard to center. Some activity underway in the New York bullpen, and it's not surprising that it would be left-hander Jesse Orosco. 1 ball, 1 strike to the free swinging Mitchell. Well, the Dodgers have had a top of the 9th inning rally. They've gone in front of Pittsburgh 4-3 with the Buccos batting, and Atlanta comes back. They have forced their game at home against Philadelphia into a 10th inning, and the game is tied at 4 apiece. Ball 2. Doing a lot of running around, son, and it looked like the Reds had a win well in tow.
I went to Lake Cumberland, came back, and look what happened.
That evens the count on Mitchell, 2-2.
Is that a weird 9th inning or what?
Well, I guess, you know, when you're a club that has had the kind of year that New York has had, you're going to get a lot of breaks. And certainly they got 2 in the 9th inning that aided them immeasurably in tying the game up. But Parker's era, unbelievable. Good job by Franco. Mitchell's out of there.
Here it is again, and this is the pitch that John kind of turns over and twists into the right-hander, Kevin Mitchell, for the strikeout. And that's why Pete Rose says he is one of the most difficult left-handers against a right-hander, for right-handers to hit against. Boy, that ball just dives down there, and basically you're swinging at air every single time.
Davey Johnson will go to his bench and bring on a pitcher to bat for a pitcher. Doug Sis scheduled a hit. It'll be Rick Aguilera. Young man who pitched last night, 8 innings, and picked up the win, and his homer twice this season. Ray Knight will follow Aguilera. And Franco quickly jumps in front, 2 strikes. New York definitely has things in their favor at the moment, simply because of the fact that Davey Johnson has not had to go to his 2 horses in the bullpen, those being, of course, Jesse Orosco and Roger McDowell, and still has them available. And it's clear now that Orosco will be facing Dave Parker and the rest of the Mets in the bottom of the 10th inning. 2-2. Cardinals 10, Giants 2, 6th inning. Montreal and Houston still scoreless, with Houston batting in the home 7th. There are the numbers for Aguilera: 3 for 23, 2 of which have left the park. And Franco behind now, 3-2. How about that?
anytime you walk, even if the pinch hitter happens to be a pitcher. But in this situation, with the batters that this team has, boy.
Ray Knight is 1 for 4 as he seeks out the sign from third base coach Bud Harrelson. Franco scheduled to bat second in the bottom of the 10th inning. Final scores in the American League: Cleveland beats Chicago 9-4. Baltimore edges Kansas City 5-4. Detroit, behind Walt Terrell and 2 home runs from Johnny Grubb, shut out Minnesota 3-0. And the Yankees romp over the beleaguered Texas Rangers 9-1. Rangers go down to their 6th consecutive defeat. Mets have a threat. Knight with his 2nd hit of the night, and the 8th total for New York as he gets a glad hand from first base coach Bill Robinson. That'll bring up Howard Johnson. Howard pinch hit in the 9th inning, drew a walk, and stayed in the game to play shortstop. Game tied 3 apiece. Mets have Aguilar at second, Knight at first, and 1 away. Scott Terry, Rob Murphy, Ron Robinson, and Johnny Franco. The Mets have used Ojeda, Anderson, Myers, Sisk, and Orozco still to come. At an ill-timed wild pitch. And John Franco and the Reds are in deep, deep trouble now.
He is prone to doing that the way he throws because he throws so many sinkers and screwballs and pitches in the dirt to try and get batters to swing. This one pops in there, and Sal Butera just can't get down enough to block the plate and keep it in front of him as it rolls away almost towards the New York Mets dugout.
Well, that was a major league wild pitch because he bounced that ball in front of the plate. So now the infield is forced to come in. Switch hitter, I should say, Mookie Wilson on deck. And this, of course, is a situation where you go for the strikeout. Two and two, and he almost uncorked another one. Third, 1 out. And a big strikeout.
Here it is again, that pitch that John kind of turns over and screws really into the right-handed swinging Howard Johnson, but really looks like a ball, Marty. But you think it's up there in the strike zone and you swing it almost, it looked like 4 inches without baseball.
They're going to intentionally walk Mookie Wilson. It's an interesting situation here because, well, you've got the left-handed batter Dykstra coming up next, and with first base open, so good strategy, really. But, of course, Dykstra a tough out. John Franco, I don't know that he has ever fully recovered from watching Parker drop that fly ball that would have been the final out of the game. I mean, it was no question as The little Italian out of Brooklyn exhibited for all to see his disgust with the way things turned out.
It's almost feeling the shower hitting him in the face. The end of the game. Reds with a victory 3-1, but Parker just could not hold on, and we're still here.
Well, we saw the Reds fail in a 2-out threat in the bottom of the ninth that could have won it with a base hit. And now New York faced with a similar circumstance, although they got the bases loaded with Dykstra standing in, and he's had one hit tonight, and that drove in a run. Lenny 1 for 4 with a walk. He got that walk in the ninth inning and scored one of the 2 runs. Murphy will have to wait for another day or rather Scott Terry to pick up his first big league victory. But from an optimistic standpoint, he threw the ball very well in his second major league start against the best hitting club in the National League. And of course, Murphy threw the ball well. Robinson again had problems closing the door, and that has occurred a number of times of late. Should have been out of it, and now trying to get Dykstra and end this threat by New York. And he does. He got him with wall-to-wall gas. New York leaves the bases loaded, and after 9.5, the Reds 3 and New York likewise.
A 3-3 ball game, bottom of the 10th inning, and a new pitcher for the New York Mets, Jesse Orosco. His record 4-4, a 3.05 earned run average, 35 games. This is his 36th appearance this year. And he has had trouble saving games. He has the 13 saves, but just recently has been damaged down in Houston, earlier last week as well. Just trouble closing the door, a little like Ron Robinson of Cincinnati, where he has needed help from his right-handed partner, Roger McDowell.
Well, Dave Parker would like to make this at-bat against Jesse Orosco a moment of atonement. His drop fly ball off the bat of Keith Hernandez, it would have been the game-ending out, allowed the Mets to tie the game in the ninth inning. Ball 1. Parker 1 for 3, and that one hit a big one, a third-inning 2-run home run, his 20th. And you see Pete Rose waiting to bat next for pitcher John Franco. Ball 2. Should this game go to an 11th inning, the Mets would be batting off of Carl Willis. And there he is warming up. Parker with 4 home runs in the last 5 games. He had a streak stop last night of homering in 3 straight when the Mets kept him in the ballpark, but Bob Ojeda couldn't do it back in the 3rd inning of this one. Strike 2 call, and Dave didn't like that particular decision from Jerry Davis.
The pitch again by Jesse Orosco as he nails right at the knees. Looks like a good pitch here. The fastball extremely well, and then rides one on the outside portion of the plate and gets Dave waving at it.
Pete Rose comes off the bench. That leaves, if he is able to swing the bat, only one other position player left, and that would be Eric Davis. This obviously would be an ideal time for Davis to hit. So you have to wonder if he's incapable of it. That plus the fact that Rose Well, he's improved a bit of late, batting .250 against left-handers.
Rose really gets jammed inside and has to come out of it, and you see him going down as that left leg comes out from underneath him, and he takes a seat.
Pete, but 0 for 1 this season as a pinch hitter. Count evens, 1 ball, 1 strike. In the third, the Mets got 1 in the 5th. The Reds got that run back when Bell homered in the bottom of the 5th inning, and then the 2 unearned runs in the top of the 9th inning to tie it up for the Mets. Base hit. Well, Eric Davis coming off the bench.
For Pete Rose, that is base hit number 43 this season. And that means 43 boxes of Nestle's Crunch going to the General Protestant Orphans Home as he comes up with a single to center field. Davis comes out there, and you've got to be thinking this guy will be going, who has 45 steals this year, tremendous speed, and very few catchers have been able to throw him out this season, including the Mets' own Gary Carter.
Well, he's 45 for 50, and while he's got a bad hand as a result of being hit on it a week ago Sunday in Montreal, it has not affected his ability to run. With 1 out, the winning run over at first, the batter Eddie Milner. And he's hitting for the first time. Davis, as always, gets that big lead over at first. A ball. Don't be misled by that move. That is not Jesse Orozco's best bolt. And Eric Davis is full well aware of that. Didn't get the best jump in the world, but he still outran the throw.
Man, you described it perfectly. Look, he makes the move back to first base and then goes. And look at this. He almost can get it standing up. That's just outright speed, Marty. It's incredible because Gary Carter is one of the best arms in baseball. The throw is a little bit high, but boy, Davis just eclipsing that with the terrific speed.
And as they meet on the mound, we'll pause 5 seconds for station identification on the Cincinnati Reds Television Network.
Sports Cincinnati style. WLWT Channel 5.
Steve, I made the point on radio, and it bears repeating in light of the fact Davis has just stolen a base. Gary Carter has had a terrible year throwing runners out. Opponents have attempted 133 steals this season against New York. That steal by Davis is a 106th base stolen. Mets catchers have thrown out 27 runners all year.
He has had arm troubles in the past, and you've heard all about those knee difficulties that he's had.
There's a strike. Now, Milner does not oftentimes get a chance to hit off of left-handed pitching. As a result, he doesn't hit left-handers very well. That's not a knock on Eddie. It's simply a matter of him not getting that much of an opportunity unless there are games like this. But a hit now would certainly get Davis in. Well, he was bailing on that pitch, and Davis said strike 2.
The pitch was snapping itself into the strikes and look like Eddie thinks he's going to be inside. Right there, 2-2.
Reds had a chance to win it. The bottom of the 9th inning, couldn't get the base hit. Mets had a chance to go out in front at the top of this 10th inning, couldn't do it. A hit now would win it for the home team. The throw, he's safe. And now look at this. Davis and Ray Knight. I'll tell you one thing, you're barking up the wrong tree when you go after Ray Knight, but look at Eric Davis. He still wants a piece of the Mets third baseman.
And Bruce Kim is right there to try and stop Eric Davis. Boy, they're still going at it.
That's Kevin Mitchell at the bottom of that
John
pile.
Denny's right on top of him.
And there's another guy you don't want to fool around with.
Denny is a karate expert. Boy, he is really. Bill Gullickson.
Gary Carter trying to calm Denny down. It all started when there was contact between Ray Knight and Eric Davis. Eric trying to stay on the base.
Look at the area around third base. It looks like a hockey match, like they dropped their gloves. Everybody dropped their hats and their gloves and just went at it. And there you see it. It looks like we're on the ice.
And look, you got a quick shot of Eric Davis and Tommy Helms. And Tommy, a pretty good battler in his day, has Davis completely removed from the scene of the action.
Well, did you see Eddie Milner get in there right now?
Yes, sir.
He's protecting his buddy Eric Davis. A lot of people will talk about, is there the kind of competition because they're battling for center field? Well, you saw the kind of friends they were. When Davis got into it, Eddie Milner was right there to bail him out.
There's another guy who got into the middle of it, and Kevin Mitchell. And Ray Knight is still hot. Being restrained by Ted Power, there's Davey Johnson pushing Ray away and trying to calm him down. And look at Kevin Mitchell. You don't want to make number 39 upset either. And right now,
look at Tommy Helms.
I think Ray Knight, rather Dave Parker, might be a little bit upset over Kevin Mitchell's demeanor.
Tommy Helms is earning his money tonight. He had tackled Eric Davis to keep him out of there. And now Dave Parker and Eric Gregg, who is he throwing out? He must be throwing out a ton of people because it has basically been a free-for-all.
Steve, I'll be honest with you. I don't see how he can throw anybody out. Watch Davis. Here's where it started. He breaks for third. He easily beats the throw by Gary Carter. Now watch the contact.
The elbow, the shove from Knight, and here comes the right cross.
Bingo. That was a direct hit.
And Knight's getting rid of the glove, the baseball, and he wants at Eric Davis. Meantime, there comes Eddie Milner. And finally, Gary Carter gives it to Eric Davis for the tumble. And everybody comes piling out of the Reds dugout.
Where's Denny?
John Denny's right on top of that whole thing.
I don't think he's gotten into it yet.
A third time. The left elbow, the push back, and now it's time to retaliate, and there's the right. Boy, Ray Knight is a tough guy.
Hey, tell me about it.
Whoa.
I saw him drop Cesar Cedeno here about 5 years ago, 6 years ago. It was no contest. Look at Parker.
He's just pulling guys off. John Denny. And Wade Rowden is just trying to keep Eric Davis out of it, so is Doug Harvey, the first base umpire.
Okay, Ray Knight is seemingly calmed down, still being talked to by his manager, Davey Johnson. Eric Davis, he is right there between third and home. The umpires conferring behind the mound, Jerry Davis, Eric Gregg, Doug Harvey. That is what you call, Steve, a good old Goodwin.
Yes, sir. Now, the situation here, you still have Davis on third. You still have Ray Knight at third. Tommy Helms replaces Billy DeMars, who's been tossed. But where does Tommy Helms stand? He's got to be thinking something may develop in the near future. Because each of those guys are going to be eyeing the other, saying, when are we going to go for it?
I don't think you'll see any reoccurrence tonight.
Perhaps not.
They're going to give them plenty of time to calm down, but the Reds dugout is at the ready. And Parker at the forefront.
Marty, there were some New York writers reading some of the New York papers, the Times, the Post, and they were saying perhaps when the Mets lost those 3 straight to the Cincinnati Reds that they were becoming complacent. I think you can rule out complacency.
Well, I would agree with that. You got some pretty good battlers on both of these clubs. Ray Knight is about as good as there is, and as mild-mannered a guy as you'll ever meet. But boy, when you get him upset, you better circle the wagons. And Eric Davis showed me something too. Now Pete and Davey Johnson, the 2 managers, meeting with the umpires.
What you hope for is to go into the clubhouse after the game and find out that no one has been injured. A lot of times the guy will go down there and you won't know it right away. But find out later that some guy had his shoulder roughed up. But it all happened when Eric Davis was at second base and stole third. And Eddie Milner took a swing and a miss. And he is struck out. Wade Rowden will be at the plate.
Well, whatever the decision rendered by the umpires, whatever it's going to be, Pete Rose is satisfied because he's left. He's gone back to the dugout. And Davey Johnson appears to be upset over whatever they have decided to do, if anything. So we'll have to see if anybody has been thrown out.
Again, here comes Dave Parker storming in, pushes Bill Robinson away, tries to pull away Sid Fernandez and Howard Johnson.
Look at him.
That's a big guy. Looks like he's taking apart a building. Eddie Milner, one of the smallest Reds, is in the middle of it all. And Davey Johnson, I believe, has just been given the old heave-ho. Ray Knight, though.
Well, he's still out on the field. He's talking with Doug Harvey now in front of the pitcher's mound.
I believe Davis has, too, because he's talking with Eric Gregg, and he's really in a jaw session right now.
And now Pete Rose coming back out of the dugout and going over to eavesdrop on the conversation between Eric Gregg and Eric Davis. And Pete, as you can see, trying to get Eric away from him, and young Mr. Davis still all bent out of shape. So, Steve, I believe you're right. Eric Davis has been pitched out, and Ray Knight is slowly going back to the dugout. He has also been thrown out. And there it is again.
You can see Ray Knight reading his lips. He said, "What's wrong with you?" when he got the shove, and then he got the punch in. And we're seeing it for like the 4th, 5th time. Yes, sir. Ride 'em, cowboy. Carter got the takedown, just needed that old rope, lasso up the feet.
Well, I'll tell you what, there wasn't any fooling around in this one. Many times you see baseball fights where they're all just standing out there and squaring off with an imaginary line in the middle, but not this time. So Davis, upset, has been thrown out. And Tom Browning is going to go to third base and run for Eric Davis. And I'll tell you, these two clubs are down to precious few people. Looking down the New York Met roster, all they have available is a backup catcher, Ed Hearn, and that's it.
All right, here's my question, Marty. They have to find a replacement for Ray Knight at third base. What do they do there? Santana is out of the lineup.
Right.
You've got Rowden in. Do you look and see where that new third baseman might be playing? If he's a new guy, they could bring Mitchell in, I would imagine.
I would think so, and they're going to have to run a pitcher to the outfield, and it's as simple as that. Now, Ed Hearn is putting on the catching gear. So we'll see how this thing unfolds, but in light of the fact that Ed Hearn is the only available position player that the Mets have at their disposal, a pitcher is going to have to go out and play some position. And should this game go to an 11th inning, the same thing will hold true for Cincinnati, because Eric Davis has been thrown out of the game. Pete Rose, of course, could stay in. But you are going to see somebody end up in a position that's none too familiar to him on both sides. Announcer has just made an announcement that did not sit too well with the crowd here at Riverfront. We were unable to hear it. Now who's going to go play third? Gary Carter is going to go to third base, and Ed Hearn is going to go behind the plate. Tom Browning is running for Eric Davis, and Roger McDowell is going to right field.
We had a lot of guys thrown out of this old ball game.
Kevin Mitchell has been thrown out. Not surprising. And this crowd acting a little unsportsmanlike, if you will, by the way they react to what has transpired here. Well, you got Keith Hernandez at first. You've got Ed Hearn behind the plate. Gary Carter is going to play third base. Mookie Wilson in left, Lenny Dykstra in center, Roger McDowell, the pitcher, goes to right field. Ed Hearn, we mentioned, is catching. Tim Tuffle still at second base, and Howard Johnson at shortstop. So Ray Knight has been thrown out, and Kevin Mitchell has been ejected. And we will wait to see who has been pitched for Cincinnati. We know Eric Davis has.
One more time.
Bingo.
Look at that. Here comes Eddie Milner. He gets right in there, getting Jesse Orosco out of the picture. Carter eliminates Eric Davis, and Parker starts taking the puzzle apart.
Well, this match could all be decided if Wade Rowden can get a base hit off Jesse Orosco. But he will not be hitting off of Orosco. He's going to be hitting off of Roger McDowell, and Jesse Orosco is going to go to right field.
This is like the old Little League games. Remember when the right fielder would come in to pitch? There you see Kevin Mitchell getting into it and going after one of the Reds down there in the bottom. John Denny is right on top of him, who knows a little bit about the martial arts, and, well, showing it because he's the guy on top. Kind of controlling matters. John Franco is being held back. Bill Gullickson. And a little love affair between Gary Carter and John Denny. Spaghetti tomorrow night. It looks like Arnold's. That's where they're going.
I'll tell you, this is unbelievable. And there's a man who was in a bizarre situation a couple of years ago up in Chicago when Steve Ripley ruled that ball fair. I'm talking about on the field. I'm not talking about off the field. Steve Ripley ruled that ball Ron Say hit. Oh, you're talking about the Claudel Washington incident. Soto, I'm sure, is saying, thank God I was not the focal point of this one tonight. So Roger McDowell will be facing Wade Rowden with 2 outs and the winning run at third, and you see Jesse Orosco going over to center to visit with Mookie Wilson and Len Dykstra and saying, hey guys, how about some pointers on playing the outfield?
You know what they could do? They could put McDowell in there for the right-handers and Orosco in there for the left-handers.
Don't be too surprised.
I know. That will take us right back to our Little League days.
Wouldn't it be nice if Wade Rowden can get a hit and end this thing?
Well, right now, look how far back Gary Carter is playing at third base. And you have to understand that he is a newcomer to that position. Played first base, I know, a little bit in the preseason.
Okay, Browning running for Davis. Orosco moves from pitcher to right field. Ed Hearn now catching. Gary Carter goes from behind the plate to third. And Roger McDowell on the mound. And there's Ray Knight. We saw a quick look at Ray. Kneeling in the stairwell over in the Mets dugout. Eddie Milner, by the way, was struck out on the Davis steal at third base. So there are 2 men out. Was easy to overlook in light of what transpired after. Rowden has had 1 of the 11 Cincinnati hits. He singled back in the 6th inning. You mentioned how deeply Gary Carter was playing third, Steve. He has now moved in a few steps.
He has.
McDowell was the losing pitcher Sunday in that 15-inning 9-8 Met loss to Houston.
And he pitched pretty well. 3 innings, gave up the 1 run.
He has lost 4 in a row since going 7-0 at the outset of the season. 1 ball, 1 strike. Goes back to his lonely task of warming up in the Reds bullpen where he was when the melee started. Two balls and 1 strike.
McDowell was that man there in Shea Stadium when Parker ripped the double and later scored the game winner for Cincinnati at Shea.
And the man on deck right now who was the fellow who had the hit to win that game, Tony Perez. Two balls, 2 strikes. Teams are out of players. That is position players. So pitchers will become very prominent if this game goes any longer. Already one is in right field, Jesse Orosco. A 2-2 count on Rowden. And we go to the 11th inning. He gave it his best shot. But in the 10th, and a long 10th it was, no runs, 1 hit, 1 left. After 10 innings of baseball, it's tied in a wild one at Riverfront. Well, we go to the top of the 11th inning, and as we look at the Reds on the field, none of the position players who were on the field when the Mets batted in the 10th inning have been thrown out. That is, the lineup remains the same. Tony Perez, you saw it first. There's Ron Oster at second base. Wade Rowden still at short. Buddy Bell still manning things over at third base, and the outfield remains the same. Max Venable in left field. Over in center, Eddie Milner still out there, and Dave Parker remains out in right. And Sal Butera still behind the plate and catching. Okay, those who were ejected for New York, we told you Kevin Mitchell and Ray Knight. For Cincinnati, Eric Davis, and are you ready for this? Mario Soto was thrown out. And I tell you, Steve, in all the times we've seen the replays of that fight, I haven't seen Soto yet.
Maybe it's just for breaking parole, I guess, something like that.
Carl Willis is on the mound, and first pitch hitting a fly ball that Eddie Milner will gather in center field, and Tuffle is gone on one pitch.
Well, there's Mario with Kevin Mitchell and Tom Browning trying to break it up, but that's apparently what the umpire spotted when Keith Hernandez made the tackle of Mario. Meantime, Browning's in the bottom. He's just trying to hold everybody off, and John Denny is right on top, and he could have gotten the old heave-ho too, because it looked like he had a few swings.
Yeah, it did. Here's a guy who has forced, along with Dave Parker, the long evening at the ballpark. He hit the fly ball that Parker dropped that allowed the 2 runs to score and tie the game up in the 9th inning. How about John Denny? I guess he's got to count himself fortunate as still being around. He's got fire in his eyes. 2-0. An inning and 1/3, allowed 1 hit, no runs, 3 strikeouts, 2 walks, 1 of them intentional. And Willis takes that one over on the outside. It's 2-1 on Keith. This will be a game, I'm sure, that neither club will long forget, nor will the fans have any problem remembering. Tony couldn't get it, and let's see if Hernandez will go to second. He's going to try. Parker's throw coming, and it'll not be in time. And Hernandez hit that bag hard, but he's all right.
He has hit the ball hard every single time tonight. He has the 3 hits. He grounded into a 4-6-3 double play where he hit the ball hard, and the shot to Parker was a long-distance smash as well. So now he has a pair of doubles, a walk, and a base hit.
Gary Carter will bat, the catcher turned third baseman. Dodgers have beaten the Pirates by a run. Philadelphia edges Atlanta by 1 as Carter gets the intentional walk. Montreal and Houston, they're in the 10th inning, and neither team has scored, while the Cardinals lead San Francisco 10-4 in the 8th. This game is heading toward 4 hours. Ball 4 to Carter. That means that catcher Ed Hearn steps in for his first at-bat. Hearn batting .311, 3 home runs and 6 RBIs. He has been more than an adequate backup for Gary Carter. Because Willis tipped it, and Rowden does a tight throw back. A super play by Rowden. The ball was ticked by Willis, the short hop, and then the leap, and the double play that ends the inning. In the middle of the 11th, on that great play by Rowden, we stay tied at 3. And on we go. Bottom half of the 11th inning, Tony Perez will open it up against Roger McDowell, who, after that quite lengthy battle royal, was able to retire Wade Rowden on a ground ball to second to lead the winning run at third base in the 10th inning. Bounced out to second in the 9th inning and officially 1 for 3. 101 knocks for Tony Perez. I'll tell you, Steve, so many hitters in this league have a trouble with Roger McDowell. Tony Perez doesn't.
It's been uncanny. Well, he smashes one back up the middle just like he did at Chase Stadium a couple of weeks ago to score Dave Parker on a drawn-in infield. And Perez solves Roger again.
They had looked for Ron Oster to try and put a bunt down. Of course, Tony does not run all that well, so it would have to be a good one if that's what they have Oster doing. And it is a good one. And a good play by Gary Carter. Fine bunt by Ron Oster.
There it is again. And again, Carter going at it, making sure he just gets that baseball, and you know he's got the fine arm. Boy, he throws a BB across to second baseman Tim Tuffle.
Okay, they've got the light-hitting Sal Butera stepping in. Do they pitch to him? They will. Second time, he batted and bounced out to third base in the 9th inning. Winning run at second, one out. Tony Perez carries a run that would win it for Cincinnati. Tuffle tried to sneak over towards second to keep Perez close. And a second foul by Butera puts him behind a couple of strikes.
You know, Marty, one guy I did not see out on the field was Tracy Jones, who was in the dugout.
For an impetuous young man as Tracy Jones is,
I'm thinking he is going, as soon as he sees it develop, he goes down to the clubhouse. Every time it seems like he steps on a field, something else falls off.
That's one of the wiser decisions he's made all year.
And talking about the history of that family that he talks about, his father, his brothers, and their enthusiasm to be aggressive, you can imagine he probably had to turn his back on the whole thing. I
would think. He told us that story in Montreal about getting into a fight one time and breaking his hand when he hit a guy on top of the head. 0-2. Carter acquitting himself very well over there at third base.
You see it from Gary Carter's angle. He takes it on the second hop, third hop, nice and easy, looks the guy back like he's been playing there his whole life.
And now Jesse Orozco is going to come back in from right field.
This is great.
It really is. Roger McDowell heads toward the dugout. He's going to go in and get another glove. And he will go back to play right field.
And he's got a smile on his face, too. He's thinking of the old, well, really the Knothole League here in Cincinnati. And that used to be a living for him. Pitch a couple of innings, go out and play right field for a while.
You know, the thing about this, though, Steve, the manager really plays a calculated risk when you switch him back and forth like Davey Johnson's doing, simply because now Orozco comes from right field cold. And he gets the minimum number, he gets the maximum number of pitches, 8 pitches, and then it's play ball again. Now, Pete is upset over something. And Doug Harvey, the crew chief, is walking over to the Cincinnati dugout. And I can't imagine what this might be about. I would think that he would only be allowed the maximum 8 pitches, Jesse Orozco. And Pete making whatever point he's trying to make with Doug Harvey. And George Scherger was particularly upset over in the Reds dugout.
There's Mel Stottlemyre over the New York Met dugout.
Tell you one thing, this game is absolutely taxing the expertise of the umpire. And that weird play in the 9th inning when Howard Johnson kicked the ball after striking out. And now Davy Johnson interchanging his right fielder and pitcher, who both happen to be pitchers by trade. Max Venable, the man scheduled to bat, and when you consider the Reds don't have anybody else, he will bat. Orozco came on to pitch the 10th inning. He was the man who struck Milner out when Davis picked up the steal of third. Then came the fight. And then when order was restored, they brought McDowell in to pitch to Wade Rowden with Orozco going to right because Kevin Mitchell had been thrown out of the game. So there's old Roger back out in right field again. Are playing this game under protest because they contend that Orozco was not allowed to throw as many warm-up pitches as he was given. He is facing Max Venable, and the pitch is taken strike. Winning run at second, 11th inning. And Max able to check his swing. 1 ball, 1 strike. Had a base hit back in the 7th inning, an infield single off of rookie left-hander Randy Myers, but facing one a bit more experienced here in Jesse Orozco. 2-1.
Going over the rule book to make sure just what the criteria is bringing another position player on, I would imagine, and how many warm-up tosses that man should be allowed.
And the foul back evens the count on Venable, 2-2. I can remember shortly after 10 o'clock, Lou Rainoni and Roy Alpers telling you to go down to the field and get ready for interviews because we would have to fill until 10:30.
That was 1 hour and 40 minutes ago.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we may have to fill through the royal wedding when this thing comes to an end. Or we may preempt it at the rate we're going. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Full count. And for you stations along our Reds Television Network line, don't forget, along with the viewers in your respective markets, the local news will be coming along in its entirety once this marathon comes to a conclusion. And hopefully it will be a satisfying one, especially so if Venable can base hit Orozco and get Tony Perez in. He couldn't do it. In the 11th for Cincinnati, no runs, 1 hit. Perez left at second. And a 12th inning of baseball coming up with the Reds and the Mets still deadlocked. That is not hieroglyphics you are looking at. That is a lineup card. That is Cincinnati's lineup card. And you can see all the names that have been crossed off and the additions that have been made. And, well, down at the bottom part of that lineup card, you see the names that have been scratched through. In effect, what it means is that there ain't nobody else left unless you want to go to a pitcher. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Pete Rose, George Sugar, and Bruce Kim are still mulling over a rule book. It might be a case book. It might be an umpire's case book, which is about as plentiful as hen's teeth. You don't see too many of them. But they are around, and I would imagine managers in all the clubs in baseball have one. But here we go, and we're in the top half of the 12th inning. And the first pitch to Orozco is taken, ball 1 from Carl Willis. On deck, the other pitcher outfielder, Roger McDowell. he knew what he was doing, and Oster got to it and made the play.
Aguilera, if you're talking about pretty good hitters, McDowell would be right in there. His average this year is 364.
Mercy.
4 for 11.
Have mercy.
417 on base percentage.
4 singles, and he's only struck out twice in his 11 at bats, so he doesn't swing the bat bad at all.
Playing like a right fielder.
Mets have used 6 pitchers. The Reds have used 5. 12th inning. Butera watches it sail out of play. Tell you what, a lot of the 23,707, or to be more precise about it, the majority are still here. And we are 4+ hours now. Getting announcements made right and left concerning the things that have gone on in this ball game, and we're having problems picking up that particular announcement from Reds Vice President of Publicity Jim Ferguson. We'll try and check it out and let you know what's up. Rowden has to go to the hole, and there's that good arm. 2 out. So 2 Mets pitchers back to back here in the 12th inning, and both hit the ball pretty well. Oster went off to his right to pick Orozco, and Rowden has to range deep in the hole to throw out McDowell. Howard Johnson had a chance to put his club in front in the 10th inning with 2 out and the bases loaded, and Johnny Franco just blew him away. And look at the studious intent of one George Scherger. Beat the Giants 10-7, and Houston knocked off Montreal 1-0. So the Astros continue to win the close one. Well, I know you just gotten an earful of information because you had the pleasure of visiting with the inimitable Jay Horowitz, the publicity director for the New York Mets.
Well, that's a funny one, too.
1-1 pitch.
The Mets dugout is protesting because the Reds lost, or actually the New York Mets lost 2 position players, and the Cincinnati Reds lost a player from off their bench, Mario Soto. They did not feel that was an equitable transaction, I guess. So they are protesting because they thought the Reds should also have lost 2 position players.
Not an even swap, in other words.
Right. Player to be named later is what they want.
Venable will get this, and Willis gets him out in order. Good job by Carl Willis. 3 up, 3 down. Home half of the 12th inning coming up, and hopefully it will bring an end to it. Game is tied at 3. Buddy Bell will lead off the bottom of the 12th for Cincinnati, and surprisingly, Jesse Orozco, the left-hander, will pitch to him. Now, we have been fortunate to receive some information while we were away concerning the Reds' protest over the fact that the umpires allowed Jesse Orozco more than the normal amount of warm-up pitches when he came in from right field in the last inning to pitch to Max Venable. We understand that official scorer Glenn Sample has sought out and found the rule in the book, and based on what we have been told, the Reds have no grounds for a protest. But 1 protest by the Mets, 1 protest by the Reds, and still this game is in doubt. Buddy, who homered way back eons ago in the 5th inning, his 2nd hit of the night, and he's 2 for 5 as he steps in here. Dana DeMuth finds something untoward on the field and removes it. Golf ball. Bell and a ball. Reds about hit the match 12-9. Cincinnati has committed the 2 errors in the game, and well, nobody has scored since New York tied it up in the 9th inning on Parker's 2-run error. 2-0. Roger McDowell out of Coleraine High School out in right field, praying that nobody hits a ball to him. 2-2, or 2-1, 2 balls and 1 strike. Could have won it in the bottom of the 9th, could have won it in the bottom of the 10th, could have won it in the bottom of the 11th. Sooner or later, something has to give. Good play by the third baseman, Carter. He dropped it. Safe at first. Base hit for Buddy Bell. And a heck of a try by Gary Carter.
Boy, yes, it was. Carter lunges for it, has it momentarily, then loses it right there. It would have been a line out. He finds the baseball. By that time, Buddy Bell barely beats it out. And I mean just barely. He has the out right there, but when he comes up, doesn't have the baseball. But I tell you what, he's looking pretty sharp over there at third.
Now, there is a switch in the New York outfield. As the meeting takes place on the mound, Roger McDowell goes to left field, and Mookie Wilson moves over to play right. There's McDowell going to his position in left, and there's Wilson going to play right field. Steve, I've seen a lot of baseball in 12-plus years, and I'm seeing things tonight I never dreamed I'd see in a big league game. Ted Power will start to heat up. Parker led off the 10th inning against Orozco and was struck out swinging. He is 1 for 4, a 2-run home run. Another super night at the plate. That infield single off Carter's glove, his 3rd hit. Now, Carl Willis is on deck, and with Ted Power throwing in the bullpen, that's exactly the point I was going to make. John Denny will be the man to pinch hit for Carl Willis. Not a bad hitter as pitchers go, and he's got that club in his hand. We will probably see him bat for Willis. Come on, buddy. Nope. Well, now you got to get the sacrifice bunt down. So Willis sheds the jacket, and he will go up, trying to advance both runners into scoring position. Davy Johnson looking at the lineup card, but there's really not a whole lot to look at.
Obviously, you want to get both of them over. But what the Reds would like to do is make sure that guy from second base, Buddy Bell, does advance to third. Obviously, you'd want that guy from first base to move on to second. So I would imagine, try and push it down the first base side.
Yeah, but you've got a great first baseman in Hernandez.
Yes, you do.
Of course, you've got a slow runner at second in Buddy Bell. You've got to have the same kind of bunt here that the Reds got out of Ronnie Oster in the 11th after Tony Perez had led off with a single. is the best at charging in situations like this. And he's coming and coming some more. And he's got to play at third. And they might have a double play. They do. That's the problem you have, and Willis bunted into suicide.
Marty, interesting on that play, they had the shortstop way over at second base, and I'm wondering if they bunt the third base side. Carter's got to make the play, and they have no play at third base. But the Reds bunted right back. Hernandez picks it up. Boy, he's really racing in. And Carter is playing a mean third base. And that hurt.
Sure did. Teddy Milner. And the percentage goes back in favor of New York. Milner looked at a called third strike when Davis stole third in the 9th inning, and then came the 10th inning rather, and then came the fight. And he takes that curveball for a strike. It's been that kind of night. Fastball up. So should we go to a 13th? Ted Power will become the 6th pitcher to work for Cincinnati. 2-2. Pardon me, Carl Willis did that for himself, so Power quickly stopped throwing. That means Willis will go back into 13. Unless he scores, and Parker, with a little body language, trying to encourage Milner to put the ball in play and hope for the best. Put it in play, but it's going to be a routine fly ball that Dykstra tracks and makes the catch. He cut right in front of Roger McDowell. You want Dykstra to play that ball, and it means we go to a 13th inning as Orozco gets the job done with some help from his friend. Still tied at 3. After 12, 3-14-2 for Cincinnati. 3 runs, 9 hits, and no errors for New York. It looks like Mrs. Schott has decided to pack it in after a long night at the ballpark. We go to the 13th inning, and right now we'll pause 5 seconds for station identification on the Cincinnati Reds television network.
Sports, Cincinnati style. WLWT Channel 5.
Mookie Wilson, Carl Willis. The one-on-one confrontation here in the top of the 13th. Had enough on it, and the 10th hit of the night for New York. Now the Mets have a runner on who can make some things happen.
Mookie has 13 steals this year, and he's been caught only one time. It'll be interesting to hear Mr. Rose's comments after this one, win or lose. Everything else has been over for some time in the National League, and at the rate this one's going, we may outlast the games being played on the West Coast. LA has beaten Pittsburgh 4-3. Philadelphia over Atlanta 5-4. Houston has beaten Montreal 1-0. So if the Reds lose with the victory by Houston, the Reds would fall 7 back of first place.
And Steve, you know, it's ridiculous to even say it, but it bears repeating. This is a game the Reds had won. And this is the kind of game that can have a lasting effect on a ball club, especially one that had been going so well. Had lost last night due to some fine pitching, although they had opportunities, and had this game won with 1 out to go on a fly ball to right that Parker could not play. If they come on and win it, fine. Whoops, very close play, and Wilson might have been going had Willis gone to the plate.
Just didn't get back there.
Hit his 21st home run of the season tonight for Houston. That was the game's only run. The Astros beating Montreal in extra innings 1-0. 2 balls and 1 strike. Now, you don't want to see Willis fall into the same pattern he fell into last night. He had trouble throwing strikes in working 2 innings in relief, walking 3 in those 2 innings, allowing 3 hits and a run. He has pitched well up to this point and continues to be concerned about Mookie Wilson. There he goes. Fine play by Tony Perez. He picked that ball off, and Dykstra's gone, and Wilson moves to second base.
Perez making the play, just hugging the line as he was positioned to try and keep Mookie Wilson close. So he was on the line anyway, and Dykstra was able to pull it down the line. Tony just picks it off and steps on first base.
So 1 away with a go-ahead run standing at second in Wilson, and the batter Tim Tuffle. Tuffle drew a walk in the 7th, kept things going in the 9th inning with a 2-out double to left center off Ron Robinson, and came in to score and fly it out on the 11th. And guess who's on deck? Seems like he comes up every inning. Keith Hernandez. Cleveland beat Chicago 9-4. Baltimore over Kansas City 5-4. Detroit blanked Minnesota 3-0. New York beat Texas 9-1. Oakland this afternoon, or yesterday afternoon to be exact, beat Boston 4-2. In the 5th at California, 1-0 Milwaukee. In the 4th at Seattle, 5-2 Toronto. And 2 strikes.
It's that split-fingered fastball that Carl Willis throws. Boy, it is a dandy right there.
Watch out! Or if he could throw that pitch that way all the time, he'd make a lot of money in this game.
You better believe it.
There's the fellow we were talking about.
Can't get you out.
For about 4 more of those. 1 to this guy and 3 to Hernandez.
Against Tuffle.
Here it is again. And it is indeed that split-fingered fastball that just drops right out of there.
By no means is Carl out of the woods yet because of Hernandez, who has had 3 hits tonight with a walk. And they will take the bat out of his hands and see how Willis can fare against Gary Carter, a right-handed batter, coming up next. There's Carter. Willis issuing his 2nd walk, and both have been intentional. What's that catchy little phrase? Am I having fun yet?
Marty, are you having fun yet? have since 7:30 tonight.
The only way that this will turn out to be fun
is if the team in the red and white wins.
Thank you. While they issue an intentional walk to Hernandez here in the 13th, Willis walked intentionally Gary Carter in the 11th with a runner at second base and one out. And then Ed Hearn promptly bounced into a double play. But it was a super play by Wade Rowden to make it happen. Now Willis pitching to Carter with the intent of getting him out, and he's in front of strike. Two men on, two men out. Top half of the 13th inning. Two. Carter at the plate has gone without a hit in 5 official trips. And Gary Carter, hats off to Carl Willis. No runs in the 13th. They hit with 2 left. And after 12 and 1/2, 3-3 it remains. Well, through 13 at-bats, the New York Mets have left a total of 16 men on base. And through 12 at-bats, the Reds have stranded a total of 11. And Roger McDowell has come back to the mound to pitch. And Jesse Orosco has gone back to right field. Wade Rowden leading off the home 13th for Cincinnati. Rowden with a base hit in the 6th inning. He's 1 for 5. Had a chance to win it in the 10th inning with McDowell on the mound and grounded out to second to leave a runner at third. And here's a big bouncing ball in the hole. Here's Johnson, and a good arm by Howard Johnson from deep in the hole to knock Rowden off. Tony Perez is 2 for 4 with a walk. Had the hit in New York that beat McDowell on that Tuesday night in the 10th inning. Single leading off the 11th inning against Roger McDowell. One ball and 1 strike. Let's go back and check and see what's the longest game the Reds have played this season in terms of time. This has certainly become a major factor. 2 balls and 1 strike. They have already exceeded their longest game in terms of innings. The Reds played a 12-inning game at Pittsburgh on the 23rd of May and against the Giants on the 27th of June. Hit hard, but unfortunately at Orosco. And Jesse handles it like a man playing right field for a lot of years. 2 men out. The longest game the Reds have played time-wise. And they bettered that. 4 hours and 31 minutes in that June 27th game against the San Francisco Giants. They bettered that tonight. So the most innings the Reds have played in the game this season, and the longest in terms of time. McDowell doing his thing. 2 outs. And he's even on Oster. 1 ball, 1 strike. That'll be a nice way to celebrate the birth of his first son. Crunching one out of here.
I would imagine Jackie and Jacob Maxwell are fast asleep by this time.
people will sleep at this time.
That's that old English expression, only mad dogs and Englishmen go out in the noonday sun.
That's it.
You could have that one about midnight.
2 balls, 1 strike. Should Oster get on, Sal Butera would bat. You know, Roger McDowell went to Coleraine High School right here in Cincinnati. Local boy. Ron Oster, Withrow. Yeah, the Coleraine Cardinals. Jeff, you didn't go to Coleraine High School, did you? Let's name your high school, Fizz.
The Shawnee Mission North Indians.
Shawnee Mission North Indians.
And yours, sir?
The Woodrow Wilson High School Presidents. Oh, Jeffrey, my boy. Here's a 3-2. Broke his bat. Tuffle to Hernandez. And hey, we got a 14th inning coming up. The Reds go out in order and through 13 big ones. Cincinnati, New York, still tied at 3. We are so pleased to have you still with us as we go to the top half of inning number 14 at Riverfront. And Carl Willis, who has pitched very fine baseball, as we look at what transpired one more time in the 10th inning. An excellent right cross delivered by Ray Knight. And that touched off one of the good ones that you will see and maybe ever will see in Major League Baseball. Time does not permit us to show you it in its entirety, but take it from us, if you missed it, you missed a dandy. It resulted in the ejection of Kevin Mitchell and Ray Knight for New York, and Eric Davis and Mario Soto for Cincinnati. And really, I've got to say, quite honestly, the umpires probably looked the other way in terms of ejecting anybody else. Here's Ed Hearn, leading off 14th round for New York. He's the guy who hit into that double play that Rowden turned so magnificently back in the 11th. The strike one pitch. Hearn goes to second. Tell you, that was a funky looking play. Milner broke over toward the gap. Parker broke over. Eddie drifted back and elected to play it safe and play it on a bounce. Watch Milner. There he goes back on the ball to play it on the hop and almost had it go over his head, and then he and Parker try to pick up the hot potato, and Hearn goes to second, credited with a 2-base hit.
Now you've got a couple of pitchers, also right fielders coming up there, but it's Orozco and McDowell. Both have been switching off between right field and on the mound, but they'll be back to back. Jesse Orozco, after visiting with third base coach Bud Harrelson. Well, the one thing he knows how to do is bunt. And I would be awfully surprised if they had him up there doing anything but that. But who knows? We've seen so many bizarre things in this game that it would not be totally surprising. Buddy Bell ready to charge at third. Nope. Yep, he's coming. And the pitch taken, ball 1. The Reds were operating under the assumption that if they had a play at third, they were going to take advantage of it because Rowden was covering third as Bell was charging. Hearn, being a catcher, not what you would call fleet of foot. Let's see if they turn Orozco loose and let him swing the bat. A lot of gaps on the infield when you've got movement like this.
And it's 2 balls and no strikes. And you certainly don't want to walk this man. When you look at what's ahead for Cincinnati, this could not have come at a worse time, to be honest about it, because after the final game of this series tomorrow night, or later on today, we should say, the Reds have the suspended game to complete at 6:05 Thursday against Montreal, and then the regular game. And Willis cannot get a pitch over. Situation where the opposition is giving up an out to try and advance a runner to third, and the pitcher can't get the ball over the plate. Got that one over, 3-1. Looking at Bud Harrelson, the third base coach, and now he will verbalize the instruction from manager Davey Johnson. But that Mets-Houston game on Sunday went 15. They played something like 5 hours and 21 minutes, I think, in that game. So New York, they're used to games like this. Hearn representing the go-ahead run after leading off the inning with a double. Ball 4. Here comes Pete Rose, and he's going to make a pitching change, no doubt. Willis has done a fine job in the time he's been out there, but boy, a very, very costly walk to Jesse Orosco. And the signal has already gone down for Ted Power, who leaves the Reds bullpen and heads out toward the mound. So New York stirring something up here in the 14th inning, 2 men on and nobody out. Power becomes the 6th pitcher to work tonight for Cincinnati. And we'll be back in just a moment.
Top of the 14th inning, the situation, runners on first and second, nobody out. Carl Willis is gone, and Ted Power is the new pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds. He has pitched extremely well just recently. And over the season, Ted Power has a record of 4-5 with a .505 earned run average. This is his 36th appearance. He's gone 46 1/3 innings, allowed 54 hits, 25 walks, and 33 strikeouts. But just recently, in the last couple of weeks, he has had 3 out of 4 excellent performances.
You're right, Steve, and he pitched well last night. He pitched 2 perfect innings in the first game of this series, and now McDowell will try to do what Orosco was instructed to do, and that's bunt. No, he's not. He's swinging away.
Wow.
The Mets show 2 runners on and nobody out. Hearn led off by doubling into right center. Willis, unable to get his pitches over, walked Orosco, who was trying to bunt. It issued the walk on 5 pitches, and now Power facing McDowell, and he swings away again, and it's 0-2.
We had it all set up, didn't we, Marty? Bunt the guy over?
Well, this is not bad strategy. I don't totally disagree with this, because you've got a similar situation to what the Reds had in the 12th inning when Buddy Bell was at second base and the Reds bunted into a double play. Ed Hearn cannot run well either. And unless it was a perfect bunt by Roger McDowell, the Mets would stand a high degree of chance of having the same thing happen to them.
But the Reds had taken the wheel play off, which means Rowden isn't going to cover third base anymore.
That's true. And that's a strikeout.
And a big one. McDowell tries to get the bunt down this time, and the great breaking pitch, and that has been Power's money pitch lately. The curveball, the slider, it's been basically the curveball lately he's been getting over.
1 down, 2 men on. Howard Johnson steps in. came in to play shortstop in the 9th inning after pinch hitting. He is 0 for 2, a walk, a strikeout, and a fly ball to left field. Terry, then Rob Murphy for 2. Ron Robinson for an inning and 2/3. Johnny Franco 1 1/3. Carl Willis 3+. And Power on in relief. Check swing foul. Of course, if the Reds were forced to go to anybody else, it would have to be a starting pitcher. And as far as New York is concerned, pretty much the same story.
At least they can flip-flop their outfielders.
Sure. 2-1.
I think Ted wanted that one.
Baseball fans, boy, they're hanging right in here. And a 2-ball, 2-strike count on that foul back. In the 5th inning in Anaheim, Milwaukee 4, Angels nothing. In the 5th inning in Seattle, the Mariners lead the Toronto Blue Jays by a run 6-5. So the only other action in Major League Baseball at the moment being played on the West Coast. A win would allow the Reds to move into a 3rd-place tie with San Diego. A loss would drop them 7 full games behind Houston, who won an extra inning game 1-0 over Montreal on a Glenn Davis home run. Hit well. And New York gets a 3-run lead on that home run by Howard Johnson. It is 6-3 New York. And boy, they start to head for the exits now.
At it once again, Howard Johnson gets the breaking pitch that Ted cannot get down. It is about belt high, and Johnson delivers it nearly into the second deck. Looks like it may have made it.
I'll tell you, extra inning games have been poison this season for Ted Power. 1-1 on Mookie Wilson, and New York leading 6-3. Lost 5-3-11 to the Philadelphia Phillies on April the 9th. He lost 4-3-11 to the San Diego Padres on April the 11th. He lost 4-3-11 to the Atlanta Braves on May the 5th. Good stop by Oster, and Ron Nealing position got him. And while Ted Power, unless the Reds can rally in the bottom of the 14th, will not lose it, nevertheless, he has thrown up the biggest blow of the night.
Wilson, who has the good speed, smashes it to right, and Oster just stretching out, making an excellent play to get Mookie for the second out of the inning. Boy, the damage has already been done.
Sonny Dykstra just tried to punch one the other way, and that will drop out of play. Will play it, and the inning is over. But New York comes up with 3 runs on 2 hits. A big blow, the homer by Johnson. And in the middle of the 14th, Mets 6, Reds 3. Reds have their work cut out for them as they stare at a 3-run deficit. The first time tonight that Cincinnati has trailed in this game. And Roger McDowell 3 outs away from picking up his 8th win of the year. He would be the beneficiary of Howard Johnson's 3-run home run. Sal Butera leads it off with Cincinnati, and he's looking for a hit. Not tonight. One out. Now Max Venable, who's gone the distance and has had one hit in 4 official times up with a sacrifice and an intentional walk.
Boy, is this game an emotional roller coaster. Up one moment, down the next. The Houston Astros have punched together, what now, 4-5 straight dramatic last inning rallies for victories.
Well, the thing is, though, Steve, as far as the Reds are concerned, if they lose this game, it will be the 3rd straight day in which they have fallen a game further back. After Saturday afternoon's victory, they were 4 away from the top spot and had more momentum than any club in the National League, maybe more than any other team in baseball. And now, in a span of 3 days, they have gone from 4 back to, if they lose this one, 7 games out of first place. And all the good things that they have been able to accomplish in the last few weeks are starting to fall apart.
And roller coaster ride down again.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Venable. There's a man who committed the error in the 9th inning that allowed New York to tie it up. Dave Parker. 2-2. Hit it hard, but right at the second baseman. Couple plays, and the Reds find themselves down to their final out. Standpoint, Buddy Bell has had a good evening. He's collected 3 hits. He has sent his batting average up over the 260 mark. And McDowell working. And it's at the knees for a call strike. Got a little bit happier now as you see the smile on the face of manager Davey Johnson and the obvious depression that permeates the Reds dugout. Nice play by Johnson, and the Mets win the marathon.